Sekino was introduced to the Early Childhood Development Center's nutrition services, where his growth and development were closely monitored.
In Karamoja, World Food Program supports 320 schools, where we have 216,000 children fed with a single nutritious meal every day.
If I go to school and I'm hungry, I'll just keep on sleeping in class.
It's the food which brings them to school. They join up and then they start also learning at the very time.
Even me, I did not want to come to school. Since the food was there in school, I intended to go and eat. I realized myself in class.
As we celebrate 10 years of African Day of School Feeding, we are appealing to donors, plus also the government, to really add resources towards the school feeding so that we can retain and these students also to have the opportunity to learn. In Karamoja, World Food Program supports 320 schools, where we have 216,000 children fed with a single nutritious meal every day.
If I go to school and I'm hungry, I'll just keep on sleeping in class.
I want to change my life by educating myself in school, but cannot go ahead with studies without food. School meals are important to sustain your being in school. They are delicious. Also, they have vitamins inside it.
The food provided and the meals have a positive impact in that it even encourages learners to stay in school. They are enthusiastic about the evening lessons. At home, they rarely have 2 meals. They rarely have food in time.
I like school because you learn skills. When you go outside, there are many people are suffering. They are thirsty to go to school, but for me, at least my parents are able to bring me to school. So I have to make the best use of that chance.
I always say, Kamola Girls is really her home, not even a school. Because when I come here, I'm told to be a responsible woman in future. My favorite subject is maths. Sometimes when I'm calculating maths, I forget of everything. All my mind will be there.
You provide us with the food, so we eat that food, we get the energy, so that when you go to class, we can concentrate, because without food, whatever the teacher teaches, it's just like it's passing time. If you're hungry, you'll not understand anything.
When you compare what is in schools of Karamoja vis-a-vis what's in the communities, you can tell the impact of World Food Program and how the program is impacting on the communities. The community admires, it attracts more, join the system.
Kachidi to jole man to to piat gwa pio jo miere ri. Ki mi janwe ke mi e chom. Ki chol kur ti kor ti chinen ka cham ke ba ji ma na chin ba ki cham ti no. Ka me da le benwe. Kujala pio ni lo ni me di ni yo motin mantin we. On yen chen yen jola ka dang ya on jene jola yen tom bi wa jo pi ku le man ko ba ya cham ku man akor ba ya mu apet ku ba de ya cha pet ku ba me da cham apet ba ya cham apet mi adu ba ni na ti yen ba na ko ni na ku ti chwale ba me ba ngi mu.
With support from our partner UNICEF, the district local government is able to roll out maternal, infant and young child feeding intervention using the care group structure in 8 of the 11 sub-counties, both host and refugee communities.
project na de na jujumbu group na benaga a toko ni ye a togu bere kula pena bangela ga yi arundi ni ya tula bere kuma se juru kilo ango gele ara alogu iku melesi wadi food program aponda kuruki ndai melesi na ganude yi arumbi gutia ki kumuchele meri abukia kwenye budo ilo ngola ga bero yi aku kerumbi ni na uye nyala ga ajonda wosesi okurumbi nyosu naga inyosu ibena ina nede kade naga bai igutek la ku de kata yo inu de na ni kana ga na ba kata wa atikinda isa ka berigi ne anabo ngaji kilo joso alobu yido gbedi ko masiki ne momo u ito deba
ikongo yo ya ko dekolia e kodoke ye aponda e Uganda ni nyana ga ya kurumbi togole e kodoke nyana ga ya kuru ngone gurupu nyana maibiji ajojombo a iete ko togole la galo world food ya kodo ya rumbi bags mera buke kwenye budo ko delani ikilongo kini ya soba kilongo de ya iga kini sera gandi kini ma ipede kilo de kujuna koloro kujuna mijo nyana gandi kini ugo na ga mai ugi ina group na longo jombo na de ajonda saka la ga lobu yesaka ku mada yiko saka ku toliba ku teliko la ga mada ngota ku la ga national kilo ku ila ga refugee kilo ata dan den na ga di refugee kilo kulia mochi kuju kulia dan den dawo yesaka lobu
kilo mchele la kilo de selo logui atikinda ajonda wosese iba katayu yus kata bakatayu oku kapa laga kata laga yi karanga ikulolo ko ringero yi kuto togodu
Kachidi to jole ma ndo to pia gwa pio jo miere re kimi janwe keme e cham ki chol puru ti kor ti chinen ka cham ke ba ma na chin ba ki cham ri no ka me dale bulwe
anilinga sotri anilinga jole ma ba ko ke ba siri ni rito en ba siro ni ba siri ni asia ani lady ni kwa aha de rito ruri
kula ku jala miaje kan ku jala pio ni lo ni me de ni yo mo tin man tin we oni yen chen yen jola ka dang ya on dine jola yen tom bi wa jo pi ku le ma na ko ba ya cham ku ma na akor ba ya mu apet ku ba de ya cha pet ku ba me da cham apet ba ya cham apet mi adu ba ni na tin yen ba na ko ni na bu ti chwale
With support from our partner UNICEF, the district local government is able to roll out maternal, infant and young child feeding intervention using the care group structure in 8 of the 11 sub-counties, both host and refugee communities.
Here I am in Bidibidi Settlement Zone 3, and behind me are farmers of Anika Farmers Group taking a break after harvesting a batch of tomatoes.
Bidibidi Settlement. Napenda Uganda ni kubona moro. Moro ninapenda Uganda kubona moro. Manakubona lobi. Agere ibulingeyo ikinaga beronu. Nyosu na tomati na ine kidogo gurusta dogo borndo isu lakini nada na I grupu ni na jujuki umadu tomati na nyosu na rubini I grupu ni anigbara nanga ina gidi borndo gurusu na rumbini I tomati mkine kure hine gurusu ya kurujini lakini kure hine gurusu ya kija kwa bento yi tarak ni borndo kaka.
The World Food Programme is working with the private sector to scale up innovative climate smart agriculture. One of our innovation partners, Omia Agribusiness, is working with 40 farmer groups in Bidibidi, including Anika Farmer Groups, a group that brings together both refugees and the host community.
We train them on how to meet market quality requirements, and secondly, we also do direct buyback from the farmers. We have a dedicated brand name called Omia Foods. And what Omia Foods does is visit the farmers, assess quality, pick the products, and get to pay the farmers, and then they sell to other markets.
Omea ngarak ndai kugele omea ngarak ndai ku jujumbu na ka yudu tomati mkila dinyo mure angarak ndai ku nyomota laga ku udu ku dawa ki ku ngola ruruesi ku solana ku dene na gai yudu sa dinyo itokita jisa dinyo solo na logui Bidibidi kata ni melikata kudu bai pio bai pasi da kudingina ju kudu bagwada bai sola na logu yi juki udi ni kapa jinya musi kade email kata ni kutona sola na ndo connect pio ni ndo rudi isu ikola kata na kwa kumetana gangere yi juki ngara kinde beri beta group juki konda ngona ne ku baka na ngare na ena de kunu to onda beti imuna jama je juki konda do ngere mai ngara hindi bori.
Kachidi to jola na ando to pia gwa pio jo mi re kimi jano e me e cham ki jola uru ti ko ti chinen ka cham de ba na chin ba ki cham de no to me bele bunwe ani linga zotri ani linga to le ma ba ko ke ba sirini to e ba sirini asia ani lady ni kwa kula ujala mnyaji kan ujala pio ni lo nyene medini ye mo tin nan tin we oni yen chene yen jola ka danga ya on dine jola yen tambi wa jo pu ku le ma no ko ba ya cham ku na no ko ba ya mo pet ku ba ti de ya cha pet ku ba me da cha ma pet ba ya cha ma pet mi adu wa ni na tin yer da na ko ni na bu tu chwale ba me ba ni
with support from our partner UNICEF, the district local government is able to roll out maternal, infant and young child feeding intervention using the care group structure in 8 of the 11 sub-counties, both host and refugee communities.
subject of malnutrition as a development challenge has been a global phenomenon, and we are glad that Uganda picked it up, and the Office of the Prime Minister has contacted all government ministries, departments and agencies and streamlined a multi-sectoral approach to addressing deficiencies in nutrition.
The country has a number of children, women and other age groups who have malnutrition, and we have been deliberating on strategies on how to address this malnutrition.
Today what do we hear? That some mothers don't want to breastfeed. Why? Their breasts are going to grow very long.
We have seen that more than one quarter of the children who are under 5 facing stunting, and we have seen the picture of how their brains are not developing well, and the consequences of that, they will not perform well in the school, and the result of that, they will not be qualified enough to be part of the labor force that will transform the economy of Uganda.
In the statistics we have, communities like in Teso, they have beaten the global target of 21%. For them, the malnutrition is at 18%. But in the rest of the country, it's above 35%. And we must all reduce that statistic to as less as 10%.
And this meeting is a remarkable meeting because it has come to a time that we are discussing the issues of nutrition from a perspective of unlocking the barriers.
As a ministry, we are very happy that various sectors have been represented here. A lot has been said and shared out. Our sectors may vary, but our goals are linked.
Fortunately, the Ministry of Health has a structure which goes up to the grassroots. You have the village health teams. And I think these, in addition to the people we have at the top, could be used to spread the information about nutrition.
As you said, I want to pledge again our serious commitment to work with the government, a government that we believe has always been serious in addressing the problems of this country.
I believe it is possible. We have got a commitment by the private sector, government partners, who have assured us that they can leverage their resources to recruit human resources for nutrition, whom we can later absorb once their programs are phased out.
All the traditional leaders must understand this message. All religious leaders must understand the message. Civil society must understand the message. We must eliminate poverty. But above all, the understanding that micronutrients, they are the things that sustain life, build good brains, and have the right manpower in position, which manpower transforms resources and transforms the country.
I pledge on behalf of the minister, my people, and the ministry, full support to your endeavors to work together to ensure that there is a budget that can meet all your funding and
kikosereza abaana baffe kuba kati mu kibuga tulya ebintu bingi ebyenjawulo ebisiige. Nali omutobe nakolera mu kyalo netwayagala abindi twabinobanga nga biri fresh.
In Uganda, these foods have increasingly become cheaper and easily accessed by children both in the urban and in the rural settings. Overweight is no longer a case of the rich. We are also seeing that the poorer households now have children that are being overweight. So you find that the unhealthy, cheaper foods are easily accessed by the poorer households.
Sinzira ku ssente mulina ssente n'agamba ayagala kwetya patomu n'agamba nibadde njagala esirinaaki ssente bwekigula.
So the causes of overweight and obesity in Uganda has been largely the unrestricted, unhealthy food environments. Children have very easy access to unhealthy foods that are high in fats, high in sugars, and high in salts. All these stories that we get from them is all about what they are going through, how they experience the good reception, especially when they arrive to the country, how they're being treated. And this is what we as a country have to make sure that, as we pledged to make sure that these people have very good environment when they come into the country, is what we have been doing mostly.
We started the school in 2010 and I've been witnessing all the changes. We started with 2 blocks, with very few students. By now, as you can see, we have almost 7 blocks.
The learners are being supported with the scholastic materials like books, pencils, and even teachers.
Quite a number have been given. We talk of now 295,671. These are learners at the primary level from around 280 primary schools, both in the refugee camps and in the host communities. That's a significant number comparing to from where we could make the commitment and to where we are. In terms of secondary education, we now talk of 20,336 learners.
At the national policy level, the government launched the health sector integrated refugee response plan that ensured that refugees are included into national policies, programs, strategies. For certain programs like HIV programs, malaria programs, and TB programs look at refugees and nationals at the same level, and there is equal access for those programs.
aranyakira neza, arambyaza neza, aragenda nyereka aho igitanda cyari kiri ndaryama, ndyamana n'umwana wanjye yaramaze kumbwira ngo byawe n'umuhungu.
Okay, ni banyita Twagira Yesu Enoch, ndi mpunzi yo ku ruga Burundi, maze imyaka 15 mu kampu ya Nakivale. Payina ikitiri kutuletera ngo tubyare payina no kureba payina ni kwataha nshozi tugabyara ekibira Kigali cya Greveria, niho twatandikira kubyara emiti. Twabyara n'ikindi kibira Kashojwa cya Caritus na Greveria, then nabwo twatekaho na Acacia kugira ngo tugume dufune enkuku bwingi.
We started by forming a task force, strongly led by government. The whole process has been government-led, but also very inclusive of various partners. So together we came up with a roadmap, and we identified a theme that we will advance at the Global Refugee Forum. And the theme that identifies Uganda is Uganda, the world's model for refugees. Let's make it sustainable. And this theme was thought through very carefully because we know that Uganda's refugee model is unmatched. We then identified 5 thematic areas as government and with partners that we thought were of great importance in terms of coming up with pledges and for partners to match the pledges.
I'm very hopeful that
examinations are the same level and there is equal access for those programs.
njyewe narishimye neza nishimye cyane kuko umuganga nabaye n'icyagera aranyakira neza arambyaza neza haragenda nyereka aho igitanda cyari kiri ndaryama ndyamana n'umwana wanjye yaramaze kumbwira ngo byawe n'umuhungu.
Okay, ni banyita twagira Yesu Enoch. Ndi mpunzi yo kuruga Burundi. Maze imyaka 15 mu kampu ya Nakivale. Paina ikitiri kutuletera ngo tubyare paina no kureba paina ni kwataha nshozi tugabyara ekibira Kigali cya Greveria niho twatandikira kubyara emiti twabyara n'ikindi kibira Kashojwa cya Caritus na Greveria then nabwo twatekaho na Acacia kugira ngo tugume dufune enkuku bwingi.
We started by forming a task force, strongly led by government. The whole process has been government-led, but also very inclusive of various partners. So together we came up with a roadmap, and we identified a theme that we will advance at the Global Refugee Forum. And the theme that identifies Uganda is Uganda, the world's model for refugees. Let's make it sustainable. And this theme was thought through very carefully because we know that Uganda's refugee model is unmatched. We then identified 5 thematic areas as government and with partners that we thought were of great importance in terms of coming up with pledges and for partners to match the pledges.
I'm very hopeful that the outcome of the Global Refugee Forum would be very beneficial to Uganda, and also hope that the very good pledges that Uganda will be putting forth would be matched by prospective donors.
We are now trying to enhance all these areas that we have mentioned during this during the coming period, productive group. And if those refugees go back to their countries, when they go back to their country, they will be able to contribute more to their country's economy.
I would like to further affirm Uganda's commitment to the refugee response by announcing to you our 2023 Global Refugee Forum commitments for pledge matching. These pledges are also a demonstration of our shared commitment to the Global Compact on Refugees.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this singular opportunity to welcome you for this very important event. Today, we are here to disseminate or launch the National Food and Nutrition Security Report, call it the FSNA report, and the National Integrated Phase Classification Report, call it IPC. We are so delighted that you've honored our invitation, and we're going to start soon. The chief guest is soon arriving, probably in a space of around 10 minutes, he'll be here. And also somebody representing the permanent secretary to give the official remarks is going to be here just in a twinkling of an eye. Let me hope, ladies and gentlemen, that all of you have a program with you. We are sorry we are going to be a little bit fast because we are late, we are behind schedule. I will request our colleagues who are working on the public address to make sure that the online participants are following well and connected. Ms. Muzaffar, you can help me double check. We have over 300 colleagues who are going to participate virtually, so we don't want to miss them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most memorable events. Uganda had never, if I can say, conducted a refugee settlement, IPC. This is the first of its kind. Neither have we ever conducted the National Food and Nutrition Security Assessment and IPC. It was there sometime 10 years ago, but this one has been very well organized and with government institutions taking lead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not my day. We have a designated master of ceremony who is going to take us through. I just wanted you to feel at home that you are in the right room and you are going to start. You know, when there is silence, people can be like, am I in the right place? What are we here for? Just feel at fairway. Okay? People are putting on very serious faces, but I think maybe they are the figures maybe of these maps scaring you. You know, there are those figures at the entrance on those IPC maps. Maybe perhaps they are the ones scaring you. This table is going to be reserved for the chief guest and our honorable ministers who are coming, so we shouldn't occupy it. The honorable chairperson, LOC5s, you are most welcome for this very important event. The honorable RDCs, you're most welcome. The accounting officers, the chief administrative officers, you are most welcome. Maybe in a nutshell, we invited a number of categories here. We are sorry about the seating arrangement. Ideally, you would have taken a high table. But I think the arrangement and the space of the room cannot allow us to organize so. But we recognize all of you in your respective capacities. We are sorry for that. We are in the house, we are supposed to have our government leaders here. We expect to have the Honorable Minister for Office of the Prime Minister. He's supposed to be here with us. 2 ministers there. We are going to have the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. He confirmed the participation. Talked to him physically. He's going to be here in very few minutes' time. He said by 10 he will be here. So it's around that time. We are going to have the permanent secretaries or representatives. We have our dear commissioners from different ministries, assistant commissioners. And most importantly also, we have our donor representatives who are here with us. Others are participating virtually. And also, we have representatives from district local governments, the chief administrative officers, the RDCs, and the LOC5 chairpersons. Not all of them have been called. We sampled the representation just because of limited resources. Also, we have our colleagues from UN agencies other than the country directors or representatives. We have government officials drawn from different ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, Office of the Prime Minister. Yes, Office of the Prime Minister, and quite many. Important also to mention, we have a team. No, I fear using that word, foot soldier, has been misused. Yeah, for my own safety. A frontline team that has been working tooth and nail to see that this beautiful event takes effect. The honorable technical working group members, chaired by our own Assistant Commissioner Alex Bambona. He is a man who has been behind the whole of this success you're seeing here. So he might have lost some kilograms because this journey started way back in May, mobilizing, looking for resources. Thank you so much, sir, for representing us well and for being a good hunter, looking for partners. We also have in the house the media. Media is very, very critical in today's event because I'm sure they're gonna disseminate the right message rightly. So they are here with us, the media house. And also we have our development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, this event has been a concerted effort, drawing resources from different partners. The Honorable Chair will be telling you, but in a nutshell, we can't fail to appreciate you, our dear partners, Cascade Project of Kyambogo University, and World Food Program, FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and also Uganda Red Cross Society, and UNICEF. Who can speak UNICEF in full without copying anywhere? Oh, let me not harass you, but I was almost giving you a microphone. Were you steady enough to speak UNICEF in full? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. UNICEF in full is United Nations Children's Fund. I'm Aziza Nahalomo, Dr. Aziza Nahalomo, lecturer at Kyambogo University, Department of Nutritional Science and Dietetics. Thank you.
I gave a wrong person. The lecturer knows. Also UNHCR. Thank you so much, colleagues, all of you, our dear partners, for pulling resources together to make sure that this event takes effect. We also want to thank the coordination and harmonization and sacrifice and patriotism, sacrificing time beyond working hours, beyond working days. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Chair. So at this particular time, we want to go back to our program. Let me invite the designated Master of Ceremony, who is going to take us through today's event, and he will tell us what you're supposed to do. He's more professional. Me, I'm a scientist. Sometimes I speak even minus introducing myself. Did I introduce myself? I didn't. My name is Sunday Bob George. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Every good thing you see in me, there are some people behind it. The bad things is my own responsibility. But every good thing you see in me, look at Commissioner Alex Bambona, who interviewed me even on the panel, even when I didn't know him. So he has been mentoring me. And the district local governments where I came, I see the DPH Kube there. He was at one time my supervisor. Stand up for recognition. I was not a bad boy. Was I a bad person there? No, speak. Don't just wave. People may think I've corrupted you. Was I a bad boy? Aha. So I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'm also part of the technical working group.
Thank you very much, George, Sunday, Bob. What an interesting name. Good morning, distinguished delegates to today's event. Good morning. I think we should take matters of food a little more seriously. You can't have food on your tables in terms of fresh fruits that were in the garden just yesterday, and you can't answer to a mere good morning. Good morning. And just in case you want something a little bit not fresh, but really fresh, there's also some nuts, some cereal, and yes, I don't know what category. Today I will know what category Sim is. The scientists will possibly tell me. So yes, once again, welcome to today's event. Bob did set the stage. He informed us that for a long time, the government had not done a national food security and nutrition assessment, or what he called the acronym FSNA. Today I am being hit by all sorts of acronyms. But bottom line is, we are launching a report that is showing us across country where we have places that are a bit strained with the absence of food, and places where our children are not well nourished. The good thing, though, with what I've seen with the report, those places pale in comparison to the other parts of the country where food is not just in abundance, but folks are eating it very well. So yes, I'll follow through the protocols as set by Sunday, and I'll begin by just the good manners of introducing myself. My name is Kasiatin, Simon Kasiatin. He said, I am the designated master of ceremony. Now let's agree. If you must refer to me today, simply call me Simon. MC may denote other things that may not be really foodie. Someone could call me a mental case or other things in that regard. So let's keep it Simon. Number 2, another housekeeping rule. But first, the apology for starting slightly late. People from Ministry of Agriculture have told me their day starts in the garden. And so they had to make sure they are with hoe in hand, tending to their garden before sunrise, and then afterwards they have to do the usual, wash their feet, make through their way, the debilitating Kampala traffic. You know, they are best in Entebbe, where it's tranquil and really nice. So finally, our good old Assistant Commissioner for Food and Nutrition Security, Mr. Alex Bambona, is here to represent the Permanent Secretary. So I don't want to waste a lot of time. I would love you to step forward, greet these distinguished people that also give us a sneak peek into what.
Thank you so much, MC. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I thought I would remain in the kitchen, but I've been forced to come to the dining. For me, my work is to cook. Then after I have served the PS, my boss, the PS, and the political leaders take over. The honorable ministers, I think already they are here. Honorable ministers and members of parliament present. All my colleagues, the other government officials, in their various capacities. The IPC Technical Working Group members who have done a very wonderful work. You know, this one is like a product. When you see blue band, when you are serving it on bread, or when you are seeing jam, you are serving it on bread, it looks very simple. But the science which has gone through it, the years of research are so many. And it is really serious work. So this is just a climax, but what has gone through it is so much. And that's why I have to make sure I appreciate these people. All those representing UN agencies and other non-state actors who have really been in it, because this was a private-public partnership, the four P's. So it's been very wonderful. The all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really a pleasure for me to be here, and I bring you greetings from the Permanent Secretary, who is supposed to be here, but now it is me. This is not the Major General Kasura David. This is Alex Bambona. My name is Alex Bambona, and I'm State Commissioner of Food and Social Security. I'm just a dangerous, not dangerous, a good substitute for the peers, just a call of duty. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. on your various capacities. And thanks for making it here. It's a room full, because it shows your passion for what we are doing as a team. Because in reality, we have done it together. And I'm excited that you have continued doing it up to now, up to today, by gracing the occasion. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Minerals and Fisheries, now allow me to read the PS's speech, word per word, verbatim, as they say. I want to take this opportunity and honor to welcome you at this important meeting. And I really thank you so much for taking off your time to join us here today. I congratulate all the government institutions involved, notably our own technical staff at MAIF, the Ministry of Health, Office of the Prime Minister, UBOS, districts, local governments, the academia led by Cambogo University, all non-state actors, especially including the UN Fraternity, Food Race Alliance, Kenya International, Red Cross, just to name a few. This one was a real people's action. We are too many. If I don't name them, please, you just forgive me. Because so many people came together to achieve this. It's been a collective effort. The current achievement is a real mark of public-private partnership exhibited at a very high degree. And I don't know how we can thank you all, because you have made us achieve what we should have achieved many years ago when we had much more resources. But we have achieved it in the face of the financial crisis internationally in the donor world. So we cannot take that one for granted. As you are aware, for you all of us facing me, including all the non-state actors, there is now, the funds flow has been squeezed. But we have achieved we have managed to do a national food security national assessment and other assessments to inform action in this very key area. At MAIF, we shall continue providing leadership and support to the IPC process, and as a government, we shall endeavor to ensure that these food security and nutrition status reports are integrated into our planning and decision-making process. We shall continue to support all efforts meant to use objective data for informed decision-making. And we hope this way of doing things will continue for many years to come, so that these assessments become real information for action for the whole country, not for a few pockets and for emergency relief, but for real action for development for the whole country. Finally, allow me to call upon you in your respective spaces and mandates to use these results and to act and meet the immediate food security and nutrition needs, support livelihood recovery, resilience programming, but more important, integrated and longer-term programming in the overall national planning process. On our part as MAIF and the government generally, we are always ready to work with all partners to ensure every Uganda achieves food security and a befitting livelihood for all. Allow me to wish you fruitful deliberation, and I thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country. On behalf of the PS, I submit.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Alex Bambona, for setting the stage. We thank you for living up to more than what you had bargained for. You intended to stay in the kitchen, but somehow you've been asked to come to the high table serve and eat with the guests. That's what happens when a young man has his hands washed. Same applies for a young woman. So, our distinguished guests we've had, the stage has been set, and quite a bit of work has been put into this report. But also, most importantly, a lot of work continues to be done to ensure that our food is well balanced in terms of its nutrition. But today from our report, we'll have a glimpse of where is it naturally balanced across the country and where can we go to get the sense of being at the center of the food basket. From my program, I have a list of remarks from a number of our stakeholders, and in no particular order, we'll go with our stakeholders coming in from the UN agencies and other partners. So you'll allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite a representative from UNICEF, who from the name I have here is none other than Zakaria Fucheni. Zakaria, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. The honorable ministers represented here, the permanent secretary represented by my good friend Alex from Ministry of Agriculture, MDAs, representatives of the United Nations. I can recognize the country director of FAO, WFP, and UNHCR. Our able donors, so well represented here, can also see the British High Commission, ECHO, among others. All protocol observed. As we hear today, over the past 1 hour, we've done 43 burden districts. Every hour again, 49 children are wasted. Every hour. That's only 43 districts. If you consider it in a day, over 1,000 children are wasted every day. Then you look at it in the respect of the refugee context. And we do know that an hour again, a child, 7 of them are wasted every hour. In Karamoja, 14 children are wasted every hour. This is quite disturbing. In a country that we have abundance of food, we do believe that we have the solution. And one of the solutions, the reason why we're here, to launch the FSNA and then the IPC, which we're so proud to be associated with. Today in Uganda, a number of reasons why we're here, why malnutrition is still an issue, and why children need to be considered. Our food system as it stands today is not meeting the needs of the population and for children. Child food poverty in the country is at 90%. In other words, only 1 child out of 10 children are meeting the minimum diversified diet needed to improve nutrition and to avoid wasting. This is not happening currently, and most children are denied this access to the right nutrients needed for proper growth. Our health system is also suboptimal in the capacity to be able to address the nutrition needs of children across the country. We hear from the Minister of Health telling us about the gap in the workforce of nutritionists needed to be in the facilities that need to be at the forefront in fighting malnutrition, in wasting, among others. When the crisis of the refugees started around April and March, we were told that those volunteers, the community health workers that were needed to screen every child, to make sure that they are caught at the early stages, to be measured, and to be provided the right nutrients and therapeutic feeding needed, were not available. And you go to most facilities, we do not have the needed, the required health workers to be able to respond. Perhaps thanks to our donors, we're able to fill in some of these gaps. And these are some of the reasons why our health system is also suboptimal, not able to provide the needed nutritional care for children. How about our social protection system? The government is making progress, but we do believe that if you go to the communities, many families are still struggling to get what we call the 3 square meals, let alone provide the diversified food that is needed for children to avoid wasting. And until we try to address some of these issues, we will continue to have many children who are being wasted, many children who are being stunted, and many children who, within emergency context in Karamoja, in the refugee districts, will still be counting on our hope to survive every day because they lack the needed supplies when it comes to nutrition for in addressing what the solutions need to get work done. What can we do? I think the first step is about making enough evidence available for decision making. And that is why, again, UNICEF is so proud to be associated with this IPC and the FSNA to ensure that we have the right data to inform decisions. So let's ensure that at least by the end of the day, we have what is needed to prioritize and ensure that those who are in the greatest needs get the needed care. Secondly, we need to ensure that 3 things happen in Uganda. We need to make sure availability of food is not something that children will wake up and be looking and hoping for. So food needs to be available, Ministry of Agriculture, our production, but also beyond the production, access of the food across the country need to be strengthened. We have some parts of the country where food is wasted. Also, we're looking at data coming out that's almost getting to 40% of the food in the country is wasted. You go to places like Karamoja, they don't have food. So there's something wrong with the food system. And I believe that with the leadership of Minister of Agriculture, we can address this. But then also more importantly, we need to strengthen our health system. How do we do this? We need to strengthen the health workforce, ensure that the needed cadre of nutrition staff are available to address malnutrition, especially in the district that are hosting refugees and in Karamoja. They are having additional workload, and we need to ensure that every facility have this cadre of staff that are needed for work to happen. Ministry of Health, thank you for your leadership in ensuring that you have the right therapeutic foods that are available to treat children who are severely malnourished. However, the gap is huge. We know about 70% of the cases you're not able to meet it because you lack some of the therapeutic food that are needed. We need to, from this report, see how to quantify that and to prove to our partners and donors that the country is also making an effort towards ensuring that we fill in that gap. On this note, I want to again commit UNICEF support continuously towards ensuring that we address malnutrition in the country. More importantly, ensuring that within situations where we have child wasting, which is the most deadliest form of malnutrition, if a child is wasted, especially the severe form, the only food needed for the child is RUTF, which is therapeutic. The child's stomach cannot accommodate any other food. And so if that is not available for the child to eat, the child is likely going to die. The risk is so high. And that is why UNICEF, together with our partners, we are making this product available, supporting Ministry of Health. We thank especially the British High Commission, ECHO, among others, who have been supporting us towards ensuring that we fill in this gap. And we believe that the IPC being launched today will provide us opportunities to better focus on where the needs are and where to properly address the child wasting challenge in the country under the leadership of the government. I wish you all the best and hoping that this will be the beginning of a new dawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakaria Fusheni, a representative of the UNICEF, and for very insightful comments that you make there. Now, folks, you will agree with me that we are gathered here more like, and you'll pardon me for those who don't believe, but there is that scenery in the Bible they called the disciples being locked up in the upper room and praying. It was a communion of disciples. None of them would argue against each other. They were reciting the same Apostles' Creed. They were speaking to each other. So when I look around the room, I see more or less a similar setting. Same guys, same people speaking about same things to each other. And for those of us who may come off as outsiders, here are some questions that I may want us to reflect on. If for anything else, because one, food is universal. I also would love to eat. My children would love to eat and not get wasted. Ask. Fusheni says, in this country, children are being wasted. Did I get you right? Then in the same breath he said, food is being wasted. Now me as an outsider, I'm beginning to ask, are we wasting our children or are we eating our children or not eating them? Because if food is being wasted and our children are wasted, what exactly are we talking about to an outsider? You talk about something, RUTF, that UNICEF, together with incredible people from ECHO, British High Commission, are trying to ensure that we have enough medical facilities so that our children who are wasted beyond an ability to digest the mango can eat and survive. What is RUTF? Can't you speak about something without acronyming it so that those in this room that are not part of your communion of saints understand? But I'm looking around. I have failed to see any adult in this room that is anything that can be accused of being underweight. I am not trying to be presumptuous, but if I were to assemble the children produced by the adults in this room, we would need 3 other halls like this to accommodate them. Question is, are they wasted? I doubt. So if your children are not wasted, if my children are not wasted, whose children are wasted? We park that. Finally, we who are not part of this group in here, but would love to know what goes on in here, ask. And we've been told by Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries that Uganda is one place where you can just put your fingers in the ground and 15 minutes later, I swear to you, in some parts of the country, your nails will have grown. That's how fertile the soil is. So if we live in a part of the world that is that fertile, that grows nails to the point of them flowering and bearing fruit, how do we explain why some parts of this country, children are wasting? Maybe when we're able to answer those questions to an outsider from the people in this hall, then maybe shall we have recruited an army of advocates who may reach places further than we all can reach, since we are a communion of saints gathered in the upper room at Fairway, and yet there's someone wasting away in Amudat or in Bugangari, where I come from. So that stage having been set, I think it's only fair that I invite the representative of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, Carol Sparks. I love the name. Carol Sparks, just come and spark us away and tell us exactly what it is that we are doing in that regard. Thank you. A hand clap for Carol Sparks.
I really hope I can manage that. I'll do my best. It's a real honor and a pleasure to be here. I would like to recognize the efforts that have been put into this event. It's incredible. Carrots on the table are amazing, and all of the welcome that we've received. I'd like to welcome, or to recognize the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health, the representatives from the Office of the Prime Minister, development partners, humanitarian partners, colleagues from the UN agencies, NGOs, the civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol reserved. I would, echoing the previous speakers, I'd like to warmly welcome you to this launch. It's an incredible reflection of what we can do when we work together. We, UN, the government, NGOs, development partners, humanitarian partners, academia, and the private sector have really come together to generate evidence. And this is a collective effort to demonstrate what is the situation now, which is so vital in terms of planning and also how we figure out how to work together in this incredibly challenging context. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the government of Uganda in its continued global leadership in refugee protection and maintaining one of the most progressive of asylum policies in the world. We say this all the time. We talk about Uganda being the largest host of refugees on the African continent, and I think that we have to continue to say this and say this loudly. It really doesn't happen anywhere else. Today, Uganda is hosting 1.95 million refugees. It's an incredible contribution to the global refugee crisis. I'd also like to recognize the in education and law services. Their ability to integrate refugees and ensure access to services has a huge impact on the ability to ensure food security for refugee populations. Despite these achievements and our work together, the situation is complex. Each year, Uganda continues to receive over 100,000 new arrivals. This year alone, there are 145,000 refugees that have come into the country. This is 31% more than we received last year. By the end of the year, it is estimated we will reach 2 million refugees. How do we do that in the current context of reduced funding? The food security and nutrition situation, one of the positives is that the IPC and the FSNA, apologies for the acronym, hopefully those are understood, provides an important evidence base for planning. The downside is that they reveal a worsening food and nutrition situation, especially among the refugee population. The global acute malnutrition and child anemia rates have increased in several of the settlements in 2024, while household food insecurity continues to increase due to ration cuts, limited livelihood options, and climate-related shocks. As a mother of two, and often going to the field to meet and speak with refugees, I find it shocking that we are in this situation where children are at greater risk. We must work together to ensure at least a minimum level of assistance for these children. We also need to strengthen the self-reliance so that refugees can support themselves and also ensure greater access to land, which is really key. And as Simon was saying, if they have access to land, then the vegetables and the food will grow. The outlook for 2026 is not looking good. There are serious funding shortfalls, and we need to find ways of working better together. As I said, ensuring a minimal level of funding, but also ensuring that those funds are being implemented in the best possible and most efficient way. We need to find ways to create jobs, develop the skills of refugees and the host community, and continue to think outside of the box. the same way of working will not allow us to grow in this current funding climate. I would just like to end and say that we need to use this data to the extent possible to ensure collective action, that we are planning well and that we are using it to ensure we prevent further deterioration of the situation, that we're protecting the most vulnerable, and that we ensure that Uganda remains this model of refugee inclusion for the years to come. Thank you.
Carol, I must admit that was sparky. You did very well, exceptionally well, especially on the part of the perennial statistic of 1.9 million refugees that Uganda hosts. One wonders, because I heard that 3 years ago, and I know what happens when people come to Uganda considering our fertility rate. There's so much refugees learn from us. So one wonders, if they came at 1.95 3 years ago, are they still the same? I know for sure they don't die, but at least they reproduce. We may need to go back to the drawing board. But that said, you mentioned a very important and intrinsic point where you talk about the IPS and FSNA being providers of good evidence for planning, yet the downside is the results show a worrying trend in as far as what you're finding out is concerned. And so I believe that this conversation in this room today will not only take away the basis for good evidence for future planning, but that planning will deliver the much needed amelioration to the bad situation we seem to see from these results. And now I believe the conversations are taking a very nice headway. That said, we've heard from UNICEF, we've heard from the UNHCR. How about we hear from our friends, WFP, who also, for the most part, may also have to try and demystify the mental image I have of WFP when I close my eyes. Because when I close my eyes, I just see a huge truck driving past me with a huge logo, WFP, and I'm tempted to want to see what's at the back of that truck. Is it a case of biscuits, bread, and other cereal-made products? At that point, as a little child, I always hoped that that truck would collide with one of soda, and I am right there in its presence to see how much of that I can rescue. So today, I have the privilege now as an adult to listen to Genevieve, who then will share what it is that WFP is doing with regard to ensuring that we have good nutrition for our children. And I know that they have another major project they are working on regarding school meals, and that's also one of great interest. It may not be related with today's report, but I know it's something of interest to all of us. So Genevieve Chikoine, please come forward. Did I pronounce the name right? It's totally the wrong name. The vagaries of being an MC. Over here.
Thank you, Simon. That's not your fault. Please allow me to stand, excuse me, on established protocol and say good morning to everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here today. My name is not Genevieve. It's Marcus Pryor. I'm the Deputy Country Director for the World Food Programme here. And Simon, I can confirm those trucks still crisscross the country, but we do our best to make sure they don't collide with anything or anybody. And it's also worth pointing out that the vast majority of the assistance we provide in the country is now cash-based, not food-based, allowing people to purchase the foods that they believe they need and in the quantities they need for their families to meet not just their calorific needs, but to have a healthy diet, and a lot of work goes in there. Like Carol before me, please allow me to begin by expressing my appreciation to the government of Uganda for their extraordinary generosity and leadership in hosting now, as we've heard, over 1.9 million refugees. And despite the growing burden Uganda continues to open its doors and extend a welcome to those fleeing for their lives from neighboring countries. We must never underestimate this deep expression of humanity. This year, 2025, has brought significant changes and challenges, prompting us to work together, adapt quickly, set priorities, and above all, to truly understand how these circumstances impact Uganda's most vulnerable people. I want to applaud the technical working groups for both the FSNA and IPC, led by the Ministry of Agriculture, for their efforts in conducting the first assessments of these kinds beyond Karamoja and the host communities for the refugees, as we've heard. These findings represent months of collaboration between government ministries, the UN system, and a wide range of partners. Together, we've generated the data that will guide how we target assistance, prioritize investments, and strengthen systems to improve the food security and nutrition situation of both refugees and Ugandans. Today's event is therefore not just about numbers, it's about evidence for action. As of July this year, reduced assistance was expected to significantly impact food security in refugee settlements, with global acute malnutrition rates projected to triple in areas such as the Bidi-Bidi settlement. These patterns have been evident since 2023 due to funding shortages that have resulted in decreased rations and decreased humanitarian assistance more broadly. As a result, food insecurity levels have consistently remained at or above 60%. As we await the presentation of the findings very soon, let's remember that each statistic represents real families striving to recover from shocks, mothers seeking nutritious food for their children, and young people looking for opportunities and dignity. The evidence you'll see will tell us where the needs are greatest, but also where the opportunities lie for innovation, for resilience, for self-reliance, and for policy impact. Earlier this year, when our Executive Director, Cindy McCain, met His Excellency the President, he emphasized two priorities: protecting the most vulnerable, especially children and mothers, and enabling refugees to achieve self-reliance by using available arable land for meaningful production. As WFP, we echo the President's message, and we shall continue to use this IPC and FSNA evidence to ensure that we protect the most vulnerable refugees and crisis-affected Ugandans through equitable access to food and nutrition assistance. We'll deepen collaboration with government and other partners to strengthen food systems and the transition to self-reliance, and we'll support the government in building resilient national systems for school feeding, social protection, and nutrition. To our donor partners, the UK, ECHO, and others, I extend our sincere appreciation. Your sustained support has enabled WFP to serve millions of refugees and host communities with food, cash, and nutrition assistance. Finally, these results mark not the conclusion of our efforts, but a valuable opportunity to collaborate more effectively, refine our program design, and deliver sustainable solutions for those most in need. Now is the time to reaffirm our dedication to data-driven decision-making, strengthen partnerships, advance progress, and work together as one team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcus. For clarity, are you headed back to your seat? Was the other side? Thank you very much, Marcus, and apologies really for baptizing you a new name. But you know, as it is, I'm sure when you live long in Uganda, you realize that many a times for good folks like you, we try to give you a localized version of your name. You already have one. Nsereko. Ah, very good. I suspected as much. And now we'll give you another and another, depending on how good you continue being. But thanks for those great insights. And, you know, the most important that you have said, not downplay whatever else you did say, but it's the dignity that you're returning to the very vulnerable people that find themselves in the unfortunate situation of being refugees, where they are not being subjected to the type, quality, and quantity of food that you have to give to them in kind, but now that you're going ahead to provide them with cash for them to have the dignity to buy the type and the quantity of food that they like or would love to use to feed their families. But that's not even the most important. That money goes into the ecosystem of the communities that, accommodate them, if I get you right. Because I don't know of a refugee who is down in Nachivari, gets money to buy food, and then they place an order at Nestle in Switzerland. I'm sure they would make an order to the farmer next door who's got a nice harvest of cassava, some good vegetables, and the money remains in the ecosystem, building some good relationship between the host communities and the refugees. That's very important. And then, of course, that reiteration of the conversation that you did mention together with the president, which talked largely about protecting children and mothers who are the most vulnerable that we find in our society, as well as providing refugees that much needed self-reliance. We do appreciate those remarks. Then, of course, you did hint about the school meals program that you are currently working on with government, and I believe that's going to be a huge game changer, that by the time students come to universities like Chambogo, if they've had a good foundation of an assured school meal in their formative years, they will not only be brilliant, alert, but I think they will end up being better than those of us in older generations that possibly went through school without an assured meal, and we are somehow grappling to eat everything that comes our way, including taxpayers' money, if for nothing else, to satisfy an appetite long deprived for years of not having enough nutrition as children. I don't intend to be political, but sometimes it's inevitable to drop in a quip. For example, what would explain why you look at every table and there's carrots, apples, sim and the like. Now, earlier on my table, the complaint was not the presence of that food, but one of the colleagues there said, these apples are not washed, and it was such a big problem. I said, come on, we are lucky the apples are there. Let's find water and wash them. Or better still, eat them the way they are, drink a glass of water, it will wash them from inside, the body will. Now, let's turn over to another development partner of very great interest, FAO. I was warned earlier on not to give people names that don't belong to them. For the FAO, I had to do a double check. If, for Christ's sake, you are not Yegarem Beraki, I will just head myself to the police. Welcome, Mr. Beraki.
You said it correctly. Good morning, everyone. Commissioner Alex, Head of Department, Ministries, Department and Agencies, Development Partners, the diplomatic community representatives, colleagues from the UN system of Uganda and headquarters who are following us virtually, heads of non-governmental organization and private sector representatives, the IPC technical working groups, members of the working group, members of the academia, Kiambogo University, Cascade, etc. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of FAO Uganda, it is an honor and great pleasure to welcome you all to this important event, which is marking the launch of the 2025 Food Security and Nutrition Assessment Report and the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Reports. Until recently, the IPC-based food security and nutrition analysis in Uganda has focused primarily on specific regions such as Karamoja and refugee settlements, as well as the refugee hosting districts. Today, thanks to the leadership of the government of Uganda and the collaborative effort of partners, including FAO, UNICEF, WFP, UNHCR, Kiambogo University, and others, the Food Security and Nutrition Analysis Outlook Report. This broader perspective enables comprehensive understanding of food security and nutrition dynamics across the country. The recent formation of food security focal points with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries at the district level has been an important milestone, as this can help in enhancing data collation, coordination, and local ownership of food security and nutrition monitoring work. Indeed, improved preparedness and early action will remain to be central to all our collective efforts to prevent food and respond to emerging crises before they escalate. Uganda's food system has faced unprecedented challenges over the past 5 years that occurred due to a combination of factors, including devastating floods, the COVID-19 pandemic, the desert locust invasion, and persistent livestock disease. These shocks have disrupted livelihoods and eroded hard-won gains in resilience. Global and regional instability has further compounded the situation, driving up food prices and limiting access to essential goods, which placed immense pressure on livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, the report released today are a sobering reminder of the challenge we face. Between April and July 25, an estimated 3.4 million people, which is approximately 16% of Uganda's population, experienced high levels of acute food insecurity in level IPC phase 3 or above. Karamoja continue to bear the heaviest burden, with 8 of its 9 districts in crisis, or IPC 3. Districts such as Kotido, Kabong, Napak, and Moroto recorded the highest proportion of households struggling to meet their food needs. The drivers of this situation are multifaceted. Erratic rainfall, economic pressures, limited access to productive land, reduced food assistance, and declining income opportunities. Yet, amid these challenges, there is reason for cautious optimism. With expected good harvests and ongoing interventions, the number of people in crisis or worse is projected to decline to 0.1 million between August 2025 and February 2026, according to the current report. This outlook underscores the importance of sustained investment, coordinated response, and continued vigilance. Ladies and gentlemen, these figures are not just statistics. They present real households whose ability to feed themselves depends on our collective action, policy commitment, and sustained investment. They are looking to us for solution. We must provide food and livelihood assistance to populations on APC, phase 3 and 4, including refugee and host communities, scale up nutrition interventions, screening, treatment, and prevention for children and women, while strengthening community health and surveillance systems, and invest in water for production, climate-smart agriculture, post-harvest management, and robust livestock disease control. FAO Uganda, together with government and all partners, remains fully committed to supporting Uganda in addressing the drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition. We, among others, have invested in over 200 water infrastructure projects across the country. We introduced multi-stress tolerant crop varieties, implemented flood control systems in Rwenzori region, deployed weather monitoring systems in Karamoja under the Anticipatory Action Program to enable district authorities to plan and respond early to climatic shocks. As we move forward, I urge continued collaboration, data sharing, and innovation, including the digitalization of food balance system to enhance the timeliness and accuracy of analysis. Allow me to commend the IPC Technical Working Group under the leadership of MIVE, and particularly Commissioner Alex, for the rigor and dedication behind this work. Your effort ensures that, that decisions are guided by facts, not assumptions. FAO stands ready to continue this partnership, to act early, act together, and act decisively so that no Ugandan is left behind in the fight against hunger and malnutrition. I thank you and wish you productive deliberations.
I think let's be fair to Mr. Beraki and give him another round of applause. In all honesty, when we talk food, it's more the taste, the aroma, and possibly what it looks like on the plate. But for many people, they never understand how much work goes in to ensure that that sumptuous meal is served to you and served to you hot. But even more, from the revelations of our development partners, that may not be a luxury that the vast majority of our countrymen and women do enjoy, especially the most vulnerable amongst them, who are women and children. And so we thank you for those efforts that you've put in as FAO. I mean, over 200 irrigation or water sources, flood control systems in places like the Renzoris, which have been very flood prone, where the floods not just carry away arable land, but have even been known to carry away huge infrastructure of life-saving nature, like parts of hospitals, that's not to mention households, entire households, and other systems. So we are very much appreciative. Then, of course, weather monitoring systems that go beyond our traditional weather monitoring system, which is, I think today it shall rain, and then it doesn't, and say, no, then it will rain tomorrow, but it rained yesterday. So we need to have weather monitoring systems that are a little more precise and concise, and we are glad that you are in there for the long haul, and that's why you give us that final closing remarks that you are committed to act early, act together, and decisively. Thank you very much. So let's go to the last of our development partners on my list, who is a representative from Cascade of Chambogo University. And I have the pleasure to invite Daisy Immaculate Yosa. Or have I given you another name? And if I have, please bear with me and assume that name for today. We shall rename each other after, like we do with computers. Name, rename. But Daisy, you're most welcome. Thank you. This way, please.
Thank you very much, Simon. I would like to ride on the existing protocol and welcome you all to this memorable occasion when we do disseminate our food security and nutrition assessment reports, as well as the IPC. I'm called Yosa Immaculate Daisy. I oversee the Cascade project in Uganda, a project that is implemented across 6 countries in Africa. Simon mentioned acronyms. What is Cascade? Cascade is catalyzing strengthened policy actions for resilience. And I'm honored today to speak on behalf of the consortium that comprises of CARE International in Uganda. We do have the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. I would like to recognize them if we do have the country director of GAIN in the house. Yes, definitely pleased to see you. Food Rights Alliance are in the house. Chambogo University, Farm Africa, Africa Innovations Institute, and a number of women-led and women's rights organizations that are present today. Can you please wave for recognition? They have traveled across 6 regions of this country, 15 districts, and 3 cities, which is the coverage of the Cascade project. We are pleased to have been part of these studies, which we are launching today, alongside government, specifically the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, a key government ministry we have worked closely with for the last 4 years. The UN agencies present, Action Against Hunger, Ms. Rita, we recognize you. Pleased to work with you as well, including a number of partners present today. This today exemplifies concerted actions that are instrumental to drive and bring about change, especially to improve food and nutrition security in the country. Evidence is critical to inform realistic plans, programming, as well as informing agendas. Political at that, including social across the board, and we hope the findings today that are going to be unveiled should do that, accelerate and inform interventions at all levels. This requires, I know, disseminating the findings beyond this space today, because change happens at community levels. And I'm delighted that we have ample representation across regions in this country, from Karamoja, Toro, West Nile, the Lango, as well as other regional representation. Utilization, I would like to underscore. Studies are done every other day, but we remain with the question, how are we utilizing the findings of the reports we unveil each and every other day? Thus, that will make a difference. If we use the findings today, that is when the change will begin to manifest. The hard work starts now. The hard work starts now. The statistics before us are telling 2.5 million people are facing high levels of acute food insecurity. And this requires pooling whatever resources we do have in our midst. The people, the finances, think about all resources that are available to transform the face of food and nutrition security in this beloved country. As a consortium, as partners, we are still committed to make whatever contribution we can. And food and nutrition continues to be our niche. Together, we can bring about the change. Thank you so much for listening to me. I submit.
Thank you very much, Daisy Immaculate. I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. You've helped me understand, but more importantly, cascade the information really literally down to where it matters the most. And then that clarion call that the hard work starts now, I think couldn't have come at a better time. Thanks for your commitment, and we shall hold you to that, especially when you drop a statistic like 2.5 million people at high levels of acute food insecurity. Now that for me sounds like doomsday. I mean, acute is already bad enough, but when you say high levels of acute, I mean, we are already dealing with the low levels, medium levels, but we are now talking about high levels of acute food insecurity, and that should worry all of us and marshal us to great action. Although, of course, sometimes statistics are statistics. And so sometimes when it's so scaring like that, those of us who are a bit skeptical will say, but you know, according to statistics, if my head is in the oven and my feet are in a deep freezer, statistically my body is what? Warm. So that may not sound worrying, but can you imagine your head being in an oven, your feet in a freezer, and someone comes to you and says, don't worry, you're just warm, because they are adding the two extremes and dividing to create an average, which is the basis of statistics. So sometimes we need to look at upper limits and lower limits and realize how grave the situations are. Now, we've done the preamble, the commitments, and I believe that now the stage is set, and now we're ready to get a presentation from the regional coordinator of IPC. Again, I'm sure you are all very familiar with that acronym. Unlike myself, who has got to remind myself that IPC is actually the integrated phase classification and not a building somewhere in town or another location elsewhere. So the regional coordinator, Mr. Negese Berihu, who now takes advantage of the provisions of technology to come to us from the comfort of his physical location, which is definitely outside Uganda, but he is coming online to share with us what his presentation and his remarks entail. So I request that we are all a little more silent and place our eyes to the screens closest to where we are, as long as they're not your personal mobile phone screens, unless you're following our live stream that is on an address that shall be flashed occasionally on the screens before us. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Negese Berihu.
Yeah, thank you very much, MC. Thank you very much, for the organizers of this, event. On behalf of the IPC Global Support Unit and also the IPC regional team of the Global Support Unit from Nairobi, I would like, to pass my key message related to the IPC process in Uganda and the support that has been provided for the technical working group and stakeholders and partners. It has been said, a lot, earlier by the previous speakers, related to the IPC process and also the summary of the outcome of this, analysis. So what I would like, to focus, here will be what is the important, steps and process of the IPC process in general, including, the data collection and also stakeholders collaboration and coordination, which is a crucial part of that IPC process. What we need to focus now during this process, it has been widely said, the previous IPC analysis in Uganda was focusing on particular areas like Karamoja and also the 13 refugee settlements and also host communities. So that was the regular activity being analyzed, particularly for the acute food insecurity and acute malnutrition. However, with the strong effort and the leadership of the technical working group, in particular the Minister of Agriculture, Office of the Prime Minister, office, and also WFP, UNHCR, UNICEF, FAO, and all partners, on the ground has made a reality on the ground that, to collect data, nationwide data collection. So I also would like, to recognize the great effort that has been made by the Cascade project with the University of Champago, so which was really a new venture in our understanding that it has helped, to have, data coverage, outside of the previous, the traditional IPC analysis, process. So this is really crucial and important, for us, to continue. I hope it will not be a one-time job, as sometimes, projects are coming and going, but we have to think of, continuity and also predictability of the data collection and analysis. So this is, a big message, for stakeholders and the leadership and governance structure of the IPC to think about how to maintain the regularity of the data collection in these vulnerable households in Karamoja, in the refugee settlements and host communities, even other locations in Uganda. So that's, a big, issue for us, maintaining, the consistency of the data collection, following, the seasonal patterns of food insecurity and acute malnutrition in Uganda. Second important point is also when we think about, the IPC and also the recent, IPC analysis result, we have to think about the relevance of, this the data collection and also analysis result. How much it is relevant for decision making and also for the country team to prioritize resource allocation and also to inform decision makers and also resource partners, donors in country and the region or global to give emphasis for this level of vulnerability. And you can imagine that, according to the result, there are two analysis periods that have been projected in this report. There is a first one from April to July, which has been 3.4 million, which is showing the highest level of food insecurity in Uganda and all areas that has been analyzed. So, and also second analysis period is between August to February, which has reduced a little bit to 2.1 million acute food insecurity phase 3 and above. So the difference is coming because of the seasonal patterns. So I will leave this for the next presenter who is going to walk us through the details of the analysis and also why this population groups are being affected with acute food insecurity. We should be also very much considerate of around 485,000 children are also facing acute malnutrition up to March 2026, including 90,736 lactating mothers who are also facing acute malnutrition who requires attention. I've heard very closely our colleague from UNICEF and also from UNICEF, WFP, and also FAO was mentioned the importance of this number and also the response that we're anticipating. So with this background, I would like to ask the senior management in the government and also the UN agencies and other stakeholders and partners. This is an evidence-based analysis. This is an evidence-based result. However, this analysis should be replicated, it should be predictable in the coming irrigation season. In order to make this process to be continuous, we need to have a collaborative effort of all stakeholders and partners. Not only the IPC analysis, but more importantly, on the data collection at the right time of the seasons, especially for refugees and also for resident population in most vulnerable and food insecure and affected areas. Another important issue that I would like to bring to the attention of all stakeholders and partners, particularly to the technical working group and the leadership. In all IPC reports, we have the risk factors monitoring. There are identified risk factors for the different population groups in this analysis. So unless we continuously monitor those risk factors that are the key food insecurity and acute malnutrition drivers, will not be able to respond on time to those impacts based on the available resource. And also even to alert resource partners, decision makers, and the government to take appropriate action, in particular with an anticipatory action on time. So we need to monitor the risk factors as early warning and early action mechanism. So as an IPC team in the region, we are always available to support this process. We are always available to facilitate and guide the technical working group and stakeholders to do this analysis, evidence-based, neutral, with all the guiding principles that we anticipate to have. So with this background, I would like to say thank you very much for the support coordination of Minister of Agriculture and other stakeholders from the government and also the UN agencies who have been part of this process. I strongly encourage the university and the consortium that has been mentioned about the Cascade project. Please keep up this good work for the next season. So we want to see you next time also having a similar project and data collection so that the IPC analysis of those areas will be replicated in the coming year and season. Thank you very much. Back to you, MC.
Mr. Negesu, thank you very much. Negesi, thank you very much for that. Negesa. Yeah, if I told you what my name that has 11 characters is, I'm sure you'd be in a worse situation. You probably lose your tongue. But talking about tongues, I think it's important that now we just announce a little bit of a health break. I mean, we're talking food, and it would be very unhealthy of me and not mindful of your nutrition if I keep you in a room seated and not advise that we can grab something to eat and drink. So you are invited to grab a coffee, literally and figuratively. You're also invited to just grab a bite. The same applies to you, Mr. Negesi. Please order yourself a coffee and send the bill to the master of ceremony. I certainly will be glad to honor that. But in the interest of time, considering that we started a little bit late, I am going to request that it's a working grab a bite, pick your bite, come back to the room. Besides, there is no space after grabbing your whatever it is you want to eat in the compound or elsewhere. The only space available is in here. So let's grab something, then come back in here. We should convene in no later than 10 minutes, and we glide through the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
here I am in Bidibidi Settlement Zone 3, and behind me are farmers of Anika Farmers Group taking a break after harvesting a batch of tomatoes.
Nalo ngatangaza Mary, South Sudanese refugee, Bidibidi Settlement. Napanda Uganda ni kubona moro. Kaya juru moro, ninapanda Uganda ni kubona moro. Manakubera lobi. Agere ibulinge ikinaga beronu. Nyosu na tomati na ine kidogo gurusta dogo borndo isu, lakini tunaja na i grupu ni na jujuki umadu tomati na nyosu na rubini i grupu ni ani gbara nanga na gidi borndo. Gurusu na irumbini i tomati mintine kure hine gurusu ya kurujini lakini kure hine gurusu ya kija kwa bento yi tarak ni bire kubon taka.
The World Food Programme is working with the private sector to scale up innovative climate smart agriculture. One of our innovation partners, Omia Agribusiness, is working with 40 farmer groups in Bidibidi, including Anika Farmer Groups, a group that brings together both refugees and the host community.
We train them on how to meet market quality requirements, and secondly, we also do direct buyback from the farmers. We have a dedicated brand name called Omia Foods, and what Omia Foods does is visit the farmers, assess quality, pick the products, and get to pay the farmers, and then they sell to other markets.
Omea ngarak ndai kugele omea ngarak ndai ku jujumbu na ka yudu tomati mkila dinyo mure angarak ndai ku nyomota laga ku udu ku dawa ki ku ngola ruruesi ku solana ku denena ga yudu sa dinyo itokita jisa dinyo solo na logui bidibidi kata ni melikata kudu bai pio bai ta sita ku dingina ju kudu bagwada bai solo na logui juki udini kapa jinya musi kade email kata ni ku tona solo na do connecte pio ne do rudi isu ikola kata na kwa kumetana ga ngere juki ngara kinde beri beta group juki kona ngona ne ku baka na ngare na ena de kunu tonda beti imuna jama je juki kona do ngere mai ngara hindi bori.
Kwa majina wananiita Sirire Kiraba Esperance. Nilifika hapa Uganda tarehe 12 mwezi wa 7. Tukifikia Nyakabande, mimi nashukuru sana. Nilifika Nyakabande walinipokea mzuri. Tukishamaliza wiki 2 wakiniuliza, wakiniswali mimi niliacha natoka Kongo, nikiwaambia nilikimbia usalama mdogo. Na hiyo usalama mdogo ndio naacha leo nafika kwa nchi ya Uganda. We've been doing
struggling to access sufficient and nutritious food.
Partners have been able to ensure that there is rapid development in getting information And we take advantage of the rapid technological advancements. We are well equipped to predict many of these events.
In an effort to prepare communities to respond to persistent shocks, the European Union, EU, Food Agriculture Organization, FAO, and the World Food Programme, WFP, teamed up with the Office of the Prime Minister Uganda, OPM, in a groundbreaking initiative, strengthening shock responsive systems, PRO-ACT, across Karamoja's 9 districts. This initiative focuses on leveraging early warning systems and anticipatory actions to promote resilience among Karamoja vulnerable communities and collaboration among stakeholders.
We select those households, and after selection, they are briefed on the purpose on why we are selecting them. The parish chiefs, the extension workers, the capacity building consultants hired by FAO now go and collect information from the sub-counties.
With funding worth 8 million euros from the European Union, FAO, WFP, and OPM have been addressing barriers faced by people from the 9 districts of the Karamoja sub-region since 2020. Working with government and local communities, the project increased resilience to shocks of households living in Karamoja by strengthening existing early warning systems and capacities of actors and communities to anticipate, mitigate, and respond to shocks.
The project is looking at the resilience of the vulnerable communities. And of course, these communities are prone to the climate shocks. And therefore, we can provide early warning information on these shocks.
The complementarity between our different mandates, we thought that it would be strategic to partner with FAO to save lives, to reach out to vulnerable communities. We support projects implemented by implementing organizations, by governments, by private sector in different fields, agriculture, value chains, private sector development, access to finance, but also resilience, food security. In this context, we're supporting one of the programs is PRO-ACT, which works specifically on the resilience agenda that we support.
As part of the project, FAO implemented a multi-hazard early warning system focused on forecasting and monitoring crucial events like droughts, floods, crop and animal pests and diseases. This component supported the government of Uganda in gathering routine data to delivering accurate and timely alerts and empowering communities with the knowledge to take proactive steps to mitigate.
Kujala pure no ni na medina ye multi mantinwe. Oni yenchene yenjola kadanga ya on dine jola yentambi wajo pu kule mena ko ba ya cham ku mena akor ba ya mu apet ku bati de ya chapet ku ba me da cham apet ba ya cham apet mi adu ba ni na tirier bana ko ni na butu chwale ba me bangi mu.
With support from our partner UNICEF, the district local government is able to roll out maternal, infant and young child feeding intervention.
Okay, so in the interest of time, we are getting back to the procedure. Now, before we get a little more serious, let me invite Abdul, who's going to try and ensure that for those that I have that hit the call to grab yourself something to eat, again, we don't have the double tragedy of solving one challenge, which is hunger, and then inviting a new challenge, which is immobility, some kind of being overfed. Others would say, I want you to start feeling fed up. So Abdul, please, here is the mic. Help me to ensure that my people who have grabbed something to eat don't feel fed up. for about maybe 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Abdul Rahman Kasule from Sukuma Foundation. And our goal is to basically envision a society where people feel better, perform better, and live better. So that said, we've seated a lot. Kindly allow me to tell you to get up and stretch a bit. Up, everybody. Aha. Everybody up. Sitting is not healthy, and I'm here for physical advocacy, making sure our bodies are in the right state. Everybody stand. Aha. Yes. So stretch a bit, everybody, to the side, and say hi to your neighbor, please. It's nice to know each other. We are here to connect, reconnect as we push for wellness. Mr. DJ, just a simple move as we stretch. Please, before you eat or even after when you're done. T. Just step a foot, 1 or 2, T. Come on, everybody, T. Aha. Stretch out a little and smile. T. 3, 4. Aha. Everybody. T. Okay. Everybody. Clap, everybody. Aha. Smile. Yes. Sukuma. Okay, now you go. Aha. Yes. You know what you're doing there. Aha. Come on, everybody. If your neighbor is not moving, please pinch them. Aha, let's go. Step. Step. Come on. 2. Smile. Aha. Aha. All right. Engage your knees. Step by step. T. Come again. T. It's okay. It's all about physical activity. Yeah, as we talk about food, we will talk about physical activity. Let's go. T. Engage your knees. 1, T, 3, and we go. T. Sukuma. And step. T. Aha. Flap your elbows. Sweat a little. You know sweating is important, guys. T. I see the mood shift. Keep going. Now hold your waist. T. T. Now just move round with your neighbor. Aha. Sukuma. Are we ready? The other side, everybody. T. Aha. Okay, chest out. Come on. T. Are we ready for this one? T. Now just nod your head like that. It's okay. A little play is nice. 2, 3, 1, and we go. Aha, and up. 2. Sukuma. My darling, let's go. Aha. Sukuma. Smile, enjoy. Now go harder. Aha. Come on. I need to see everybody bend. Let's go. Sukuma. Aha. 2. Come in. Sukuma. Aha. Aha. Okay. Hold your waist now, everybody. Let's go. Sukuma. Hold your waist like a baby. Come again. 2. Arms up, everybody, and move your waist. 2. Are we there? Now we go harder. Sukuma. Now, face your neighbor and challenge them. 2. Face your neighbor, get up, hey, challenge them, show them some vibes. Let's see who can move faster and harder. 2. Mulage, show him some fire. Are we there? Are we there? 2, 3. Okay, now, let's go. Sukuma. Let's go back. Enjoy. Just smile. It is not that serious. All right, yes. Clap for yourselves. Now, guys, I'm here to represent Sukuma. And Sukuma, we have a serious program called Sweat. You see the mood shift now? That's what my advocacy is all about. So we have a product called Sweat. Sweat is an acronym, Sukuma Wellness Experience for Active Transformation. That's when we talk about food, like we are now. That's when we get into some physical activity, like this. That's when we talk about practices, simple practices like learning how to drink water. Yes, if you go to the washroom and you get to have, stinky bowel movement, you know the gut microbiome is not functioning right. So you watch out what you eat, drink water, sleep enough. And most importantly, for the married, have that physical activity, because what matters in the bedroom will influence what happens in the boardroom. So it's Sukuma from bedroom to, say it again, from bedroom to the boardroom. Thank you so much, guys.
I struggled an entire morning imagining what I was going to do to change the mood in this room. And frankly speaking, I failed until Abdul came my way. Thank you, Abdul, for bringing the child out of each of these foodies in this room. They were a bit too serious, cascading information down onto us and dropping statistics. And for a moment, I was convinced half of the room did not have teeth until you showed up and they smiled and I could see that we all have teeth. So thank you, Abdul. Let's give him a hand clap for firing us away. Now, let's go back to the seriousness of conversation where food is wasted and children are wasting. And so, I have with the program, we'll continue with a presentation of the National FSN. This is an interesting presentation, I am told. It is being led by Cascade, and it's actually going to be in a cascaded form. That there is about 4 presenters, all presenting one presentation in a cascaded manner. So may I invite Dr. Joelia Galauzi, as I am being called. So let me also call you, be making your way here from Cascade. Then I can attend to the housekeeping rules. Then you will guide us through how the cascading of this presentation shall be made. Thank you. So technically, those who are with the presentation for Cascade, please, let's load it up on the screens.
Is it on now? Okay. So good morning, everyone. Apologies, the IT team is still trying to set up a presentation. We'll start in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor has come. I'm going to request you that as soon as he enters, as a sign of respect, everything you'll first hold on, and we shall stand up just to give him respect. The moment you see him come, I'll request you to stand up. That's how we are trained to respect elders. Thank you so much. And even the presenter will have to hold on, and we shall have to give him a recap of how far we've gone, and then thereafter you'll continue with the presentation. Thank you. You are going to allow me to disrupt you again. I'm going to request this table here, our honorable country directors and country rep, to follow me as we accompany the guests of honor here. That's how I've been guided, that your presence around him is very critical. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think as the Honorable Minister comes in, let the presenter be moving on because of time. We don't spend the whole day here. He's down, but some few minutes. Because of time, I would suggest that the presentations be going on. When it comes, we shall continue from there because we can't lose a lot of time. So, Madam Joeria, Dr. Joeria, I think. The public address table there, please. The control room, project the presentation. Oh, it's already here. Okay.
Thank you very much, Sir Bob George. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joeria Namboze. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Nutritional Science and Dietetics at Chambogo University, and I'm also the principal investigator for the Cascade project in Uganda. We are delighted to present these findings to you. It's been a long journey, and I hope you find them insightful as much as we do. We will present in series. I'll present the national FSNA picture. Then a colleague from UNICEF will present the refugee FSNA. Then we'll have another colleague from WFP present the refugee food security indicators. And then other colleagues will come in and present the IPC results. So I'll start off. Okay, so from the food security and nutrition assessment, the purpose was to generate evidence on the state of food security and nutrition. As has been mentioned before, previously FSNA has been done in refugee settlements and Karamoja, but this time round we decided to go out of the settlements and Karamoja and have a relatively national picture. Specifically, we aim to determine the food security situation, to assess the prevalence of malnutrition among children 6 to 59 months, to assess the nutritional status of women of reproductive age, and to examine infant and young child feeding practices for children 0 to 23 months. In terms of methodology, the study design was led by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. We planned to reach about 7,700 households, but we achieved 99.9% coverage. We achieved a sample of 7,693. Children under 5 were about 8,876, and women of reproductive age were 7,997. What this shows is that we sampled more than one child in a household, and we also sampled more than one woman in a household. In terms of coverage, we were in 48 districts and 13 refugee settlements, as well as Kampala. Sub-regions were Acholi, Ankole, Bunyoro, Karamoja, Lango, Toro, West Nile, and 77% of the households we sampled were rural households. I would like to highlight the fact that for Karamoja, all districts were reached, but for other regions, we sampled a regionally representative sample size. We reached 475 enumeration areas within the 48 districts, the 48 districts and cities, and then, as mentioned earlier, we were in 13 refugee settlements. We used the SMART and SENSE methodology, and as part of the Cascade project, this study was approved by the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, and we made sure that we got written informed consent for each of the participants that we reached. Looking at the child nutrition indicators, we see that the prevalence overall of stunting was 30.8. That of underweight was 14.6. Wasting stood at 4%, and overweight stood at 3.4. For those that have read the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey report before, I want you to not really make comparisons, but reflect on what we have in the UDHS, because this is what came out of the food security and nutrition assessment. Maybe just to highlight, for stunting, we are 26%. For underweight, we are, I think, at 10.2, and for wasting, we are at about 2.9. Looking at the regional prevalence of stunting, when we go deep down, we realized that Toro had the highest prevalence of stunting. Interesting to note is that initially we had decided to take out our refugee hosting districts, and so Toro was a little bit lower, but once we put them back in the analysis, the prevalence of stunting shot up in Toro. Karamoja and Acholi were also equally high at about 38%. When we look at severe stunting was more prevalent in Acholi sub-region. Moving on to wasting, Karamoja was still had the highest prevalence of wasting at 13.5%, and 3.5 of those children were severely acutely malnourished. And overall, as mentioned earlier on, yes, please. Oh, okay, it wasn't here yet. And overall, we had a prevalence of 4%, as earlier mentioned, and severe acute malnutrition was at 1.1%. When we move on to underweight, we realized that Karamoja and Acholi was still quite high, with a prevalence of underweight at 28.7 in Karamoja and 25% in Acholi. It's as you've been seeing, that among children under 5, the prevalence of child indicators was lowest in the Ankole sub-region. When we move on to overweight, this presented quite an interesting picture where for the children, Ankole was lowest in terms of prevalence of malnutrition, but in terms of undernutrition, when we came to overweight and obesity, Ankole was highest, where we see 6.2% prevalence of overweight and 1.3 prevalence of obesity in Ankole. But overall, we have 3.4 prevalence and then I think it's 0.8 overall prevalence of obesity within the areas that we went to. Moving on to infant and young child feeding practices, we are still not doing very well in terms of minimum dietary diversity. Fortunately, I would say fortunately, Ankole seems to be doing well, but when we look at the rest of the sub-regions, they are more or less low, meaning that our children are not achieving minimum dietary diversity. The same applies to meal frequency, where we are quite low, and ultimately our minimum acceptable diet for the children under 2 is quite low. But what is interesting is this indicator on zero vegetable or fruit consumption. We all have fruits and vegetables in front of us, but can you imagine this percentage of children under 2 have zero consumption of vegetables and fruit? This is quite an alarming number, and so as we think of animal source food, because we usually say, you know, we need to promote consumption of animal source food, I think we have another issue with us, that we need to strengthen our promotion of consumption of fruit and vegetable, because the numbers are quite high. When we go to maternal nutrition, we picked out minimum dietary diversity for women, and as we can see, at least more than half of the population that we sampled of women were achieving minimum dietary diversity. But when we came to Ankole, even if the children were doing well, we see that Ankole scored least in terms of achievement of minimum dietary diversity, and this presents us with a disconnect. The children are doing relatively well, whereas the mothers are doing least of all the regions that were sampled. When we move on to the food security indicators, we picked out a food consumption score, where this is a composite of dietary intake and frequency of consumption over the last 7 days. And we see that for food consumption, we have acceptable, at least most of the households seem to have acceptable food security. Borderline was quite relatively high, but we highlight Karamoja here, where Karamoja had the most prevalent borderline food insecurity, as well as poor food security. Another indicator we looked at was the reduced coping strategy index, where we look at the various coping strategies that households are using in order to cope with food insufficiency. And we see that most of the households relied on less expensive or less preferred foods, which is usually what people do. And the list number relied on consumption, restricting consumption to young children and adults. That means that the adults are also eating. They are not leaving the children to eat alone. They're saying, no, at least let's buy what is less preferred, but let us all eat. And yet previously, back in the day, we used to say the adults leave the children to eat, but we are seeing that this is not as frequently done. We also looked at the Livelihoods Coping Strategies Index, and here we look at various coping strategies that are categorized into stress coping strategies, into crisis. Stress is relatively there. Crisis is a bit bad, and then when we go to the emergency coping strategies, this means that you're tapping into the future. There are strategies where you're doing things that are going to have implications on your future livelihood. And as we can see here, Lango presented with the most emergency coping strategies, but Busoga and West Nile presented with the highest percentage of crisis coping strategies. Our final indicator here was the final food security classification of households, which was based on the curry. And based on the curry, we see that Toro has the highest prevalence of moderately food insecure households. And then, sorry, I think I'm getting it wrong. Toro and West Nile had the highest prevalence of severely food insecure households, but then we see that across there's quite a bit of moderate food insecurity. The list is in Ankole, but we see Lango is quite high, we see West Nile is quite high, we see Acholi is also quite high. So this presents results that for our job here is to show you what the results say, and your job is to start thinking of what each of us as an individual can do. So I would like to invite my colleague Muzaffar to take us through the refugee results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joweria. I'll take you through the acute malnutrition situation amongst the refugees. And to start with is the prevalence of wasting, and that is by weight for height or edema. And we see that overall, wasting has been found to be higher in, thank you, has been found to be higher in West Nile compared to southwest settlements. And we see that overall, there's been an increase compared to 2024 to 5.9% overall wasting by weight for height and edema. Looking at wasting by mark, still this is related, but we see that southwest refugee settlements will quite get a number of children identified with mark to be malnourished. Looking at stunting, overall stunting, we see that it is highest in the southwest compared to West Nile and Acholi. And we all know that mostly in the southwest, we have our colleagues from Congo, the Congolese, who are the majority in the southwest. Looking at overweight and underweight, we see Kampala reporting very high prevalence of child overweight because of maybe of the urban nature. And we see when you come to underweight, we see that more children in the southwest reported to be with underweight in 2025 compared to the last year. Looking at the complementary feeding practices, which is very key, overall we see that this year, 2025, compared to 2024, there has been an overall decline in the child complementary feeding practices. And looking at the minimum acceptable diet, that is a composite indicator, we see that overall it is really poor, but somehow relatively higher in Kampala. But looking at West Nile, with a prevalence of 16.5% of the children accessing the minimum acceptable diets, we see that that is very low and needs urgent intervention. When we look at the dietary diversity among women aged 15 to 49 years of age, we still see that 2025, the overall performance was kind of lower compared to last year. And we see that among these, Kampala still reported the highest number of prevalence of women that have access to diverse diets. And we see across all other refugee settlements that data diversity among women is still also lacking. You will allow me now invite Wendy to quickly also take us through the food security component. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The food security and nutrition results are very linked. You could say it's a cause and effect of something. When I see this graph, I like to describe it like the 50 shades of red. And it's just showing us that there is an amazing opportunity for us to work together and to make things better for the locations that we see in need. When you see the screen, you will see places like Palabek with a higher rate of poor food insecurity that it translates in simple way or in a simple manner on how well people is eating. And then when I present the other indicators, we will understand what are the choices they are making when you don't have enough resources to buy food. So when we compare with 2024, and you don't see it here, food insecurity has increased 6 times in Paloriña and Rhino camps, has increased 3 times in settlements like Adjumani, and is 2 times higher in places like Bidi, Palabek, and Ruamwanja. Is still a concern. When we try to understand how the households are making choices to afford food, that is, we all agree is an essential need, no? We have a very delicious break, and still for some people there's not a choice. So in terms of livelihood coping strategy, I like to explain this on how I'm forced to do things that are away from my dignity, for example, forced and risky labor activities, just because I need to cover the food situations. When we see the less red or the pink side of the presentation, it doesn't mean that they don't need support, because we live in a community, and the best definition of a community is being there for another, for each other, no? So if we face or still struggle, and you were listening the remarks of our donors, of organizations, the things are not going to get better. And we need to remember that we're talking about households that then, to afford food, to afford health, to afford education, they have to find ways that most of us will disagree. I will never do that. But it's the things that they are facing currently. Finally, overall, how food insecurity looks like, and it was one of the objectives of this presentation, it says that 65%, or 7 out of 10, yes, sir.
Sorry for interruption.
No, sir.
Our chief guest is in place. Our honorable chief guest has arrived. I request that Commissioner, you lead him to his seat. Thank you so much, Honorable, for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're still standing, Let's sing the Ugandan national anthem. Tim, you can lead us. Okay. Uganda, we go down, we lay our future in their hands. For liberty together we'll always stand. Thank you so much. Our chief guest, you can take your seat. Commissioner, you can also take your seat. I had not yet allowed the rest of you to sit, but it is okay since you have already decided. Thank you so much, our dear Honorable Minister, for sacrificing time and joining us on this very important occasion. Our Honorable Minister, we have convened here to launch the National Food and Nutrition Security Rapid Assessment Report and the Integrated Phase Classification Report, the IPC. The details, the PS representative will be giving them at a due time. We started with the self-introductions as the norm goes for every workshop. And thereafter, we had remarks from different representatives as laid on the program before you, Honorable Minister. And when you came in, you found when we had started presenting the National Food and Nutrition Security IPC report and FSNA report. So far, one presenter had completed her part. With the due respect, Honorable Minister, I request that you allow us continue with the presentation. Then after the presentation, we shall revert back to our program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to welcome our Honorable Minister. I've seen some people who have not clapped. I'm going to call them to sing the national anthem without machines.
Thank you very much, Sir Bob, and thank you, His Excellence, for joining us. I'm just going to do a recap. We were talking about the food security situation. Food security situation can be summarized on how well people is eating and what choices are they making to afford food when they don't have enough. This is basically the final slide showcasing everything that you see in the dark red is calling us for an integrated action. It's an opportunity to think better how we design our programs, how we integrate with national programs. And over time, since 2023, the food insecurity levels have remained above 60%. And that's linked to variability of prices of food, meaning I cannot pay even when is food available. It's also linked to the whole situation in the countries that are neighboring Uganda, which, as Carol was explaining in her remarks, Uganda is generously hosting more than 1.9 million refugees. So the situation is for the people who is currently living in Uganda, and whoever is coming will also require our support and assistance. I'm going to stop there to give my colleague Oscar the opportunity to explain the results of IPC. Thank you very much.
The chief guest, members of the UN agencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am called Dr. Okengo Oscar Barton. I work in Karamoja in Abim district. I'm making this presentation on behalf of the chairperson of the IPC Technical Working Group. Like you have heard the previous presenters, Simon the other time was asking that we are using a lot of acronyms. The FSNA, the Food Security and Nutrition Assessment, feeds into the IPC. For records, IPC is Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. So whatever report which has been presented by the FSNA, there's a team now which sits down and analyzes this report, and that is what I'm going to present. That is basically those partners you see, those are the global partners of IPC. And these are the partners who were with us when we were doing this IPC analysis in Jinja. I can't thank them all. So I said IPC is Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. I want to make it clear. Number one, this is not the report of the Technical Working Group only. It is a multi-agency consensus. We invited the district local government. That's why we even have district local governments here. We invited them. We had partners. We had UN, and we had government. And it is evidence-based. Colleagues, another thing is that at some point, like I said, I come from Karamoja. Sometime when you're presenting this report to the district, the local leaders would want to, when they see the percentage a bit low, they'll tell you that, why is it very low? But this is evidence-based. We use evidence which is available. And I also want to put it very clear, the guiding principle, especially, I've already mentioned evidence-based, and the issue of politically neutral, and it is transparent. So whatever we are presenting, it is based on those principles. And to make us understand, I think you see these colors, you're seeing these colors always. When they say IPC, I said IPC is Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. Actually, what I did mention is a global tool which we use for measuring food security. And you cannot talk about food security without talking about IPC. And how do we measure it? That is how we classify. And the interest for this purpose is especially from phase 3. I think you can read, we have those books with us. From phase 3 is our interest. Phase 3 and above. That is where the interest of government and the partners are. What is the situation therefore? Before we come to the situation, this one has already been mentioned by the earlier team. I don't need to talk much about it. Those are the coverage. Nationally, that is the picture. Remember, when we are talking about IPC, we are talking about in two perspectives. The first one, you can see there are two tables there. There's what we call the current period of analysis. That is when you collected data. And this period of analysis is dictated by the season. So the current period of analysis should be within a specific season, should not overlap to another season. Technically, the current season of analysis is usually our lean period. That is from around February. Ideally, should be around February, March to June. Then the projection should come when we are now harvesting. So we have two pictures, two tables there. And the first one is the current, which was from April to July. And it had 2.5 million people were in phase 3 and above. I've already mentioned that our interest is phase 3 and above. 2.5 million people. That is not a small number. Then when we talk about the projection, this projection is now from August. You and me know that from August, at least harvests are now picking up, and the situation starts improving. That is why the number was projected to come lower from 2.5 to 1.4. That is how you can, that is the map. As you can see from there, all the districts of Karamoja, with the exception of Amudat, were in phase 3 and above. Amudat, I don't know what they did, but as we shall see in the subsequent slides, there has been an improvement in Amudat. And we have been putting emphasis on Karamoja. I think this time you can also see that this phase 3 is not only in Karamoja. You can see Koboko, you can see Yumbe, you can see Chenjojo. Who expected that Chenjojo can be in phase 3? But I've already mentioned, these are what? Evidence-based. That is, if you look at the regional, when we are talking about by region, you can see, colleagues already mentioned that you always have to refer to that phases 1 to 5. When you have people in phase 4, that is now more serious. You can see Karamoja had about 10,987 people in phase 5. That is not a small number. Phase 5, there is severe acute malnutrition, and some deaths also being reported. So, as you can see, Karamoja still, that is the projection period, having up to about what? 298,000 people. 298,000 people, that is more than 2 districts in Karamoja. That's a very big number. I already mentioned about some improvement. If you look at, when you compare 2024 and 2025, I want to advise that this improvement should not make us excited. Nonetheless, we should appreciate the effort of government and development partners, because without them, you wouldn't see such improvement. If you can see from there, Amudat had the best improvement between last year and this year. Last year, they were in phase 3. Now there is a positive. They have up to a negative 25%. So they were, I think, last year they were in phase, about 40% in phase 3 and above. But this year they came to phase 2. But like I already mentioned, the situation is not that, the resilience is not that high. This situation can improve. By the time you reach February, it goes back to normal, the old situation. So Kamwenje, Koboko, and Yumbe did not improve. They stayed the same. If you compare 2024 and 2025. No, the situation worsened. Then those who improved, no, who did not improve are what? Madiokolo. This district you are seeing here, like has already been mentioned, previously we have been conducting analysis in Karamoja and refugee host districts only, and that is why you can see the names appearing. You are not seeing Busoga, you are not seeing Lango. This is the first time we are doing it. I don't need to take much time here, but those are the priority responses, which, like they say, no one, if someone is hungry, there's nothing the person can understand unless you are talking about food. So the first intervention is to provide food to people who are hungry. The rest, I think I don't need to, they have already talked about it. The previous one, that was the what? The national IPC. This year, also for the first time, with the support from partners and government, we have managed to conduct IPC analysis for what? Refugee settlements. We have been conducting majorly for what? The host communities. And the situation is not good when you go to, that is the picture. For the current period, that was 920,000 people. Almost 50% of the population were food insecure. That is a very big number. And the situation, even in the projection, does not change that much. From 48%, it just comes to 37. You still have 712,000 people or refugees in that situation. And when you have that population, the development partners have already talked. Before even they talked, we're already aware about the dwindling funding. So what is the future of these people? That is what food for thought for us. That is basically, you can see it is only Kampala, which was classified in phase 2. The rest of the 13 settlements were all in phase 3, both during the current period and during the projection period. So it means the impact of the production which the host communities are experiencing is not having much impact on the refugees. This is the table. If you look at that, you can see that basically Bidi and Mvepi had like 50% of the population. It was more severe, the situation is more severe. When I talk about the severity, it means what percentage are food insecure. But again, if you look at the magnitude, you will see that because of the population, Nachi Valley, 119,803 people are in need of food assistance. So the magnitude puts Nachi Valley and I think and Bidi again with more population who are in need of what? Assistance. I already mentioned this. Humanitarian assistance is needed, and I think that is the last slide. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to invite the next team Mateba to present on nutrition.
Thank you, Oscar, for that part. Guest of honor, all invited guests. I am Tim Mateva from the Ministry of Health, senior nutritionist. And I wanted to start by saying that food insecurity, or food security for that matter, does not necessarily mean nutrition security. And that's why we're having these two pieces. A given place may be food secure, but there is nutrition insecurity. Somebody can help me? Where do I press this? Green, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now, the national picture for nutrition security, or for malnutrition for that matter, is as you can see. I'm presenting what happened in the districts where the assessment was done, plus the refugee settings. And that's what I'm calling the national picture. And as you realize, almost 500,000 children, 6 to 59 months, will require or are affected by malnutrition within the current period where we did the analysis into the projection period. And of these, 428 are for the nationals, while 56,000 are within the refugee settings. This is a very bad picture because, like somebody said, if you look at the population of one district and you have 485, I don't know how many districts we have. There are some districts that have about 250 and so on and so forth. So those could be probably 2 districts. And the situation is, as you can see. Again, like it was, we phase. A phase is a grouping. So when we are phasing acute malnutrition, we know that there are some areas where we accept that this malnutrition is acceptable. Not that it's good, but just acceptable. No one needs to be malnourished, but we know that there are situations where it can be really bad. So we start from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, up to phase 5, and I described, as you can see, acceptable, alert, serious, critical, and extremely critical. The extremely critical is what we should avoid at all costs because more than 30% or more of the children who are malnourished will come with widespread morbidity. Now that is where things get bad. Acceptable phase is fine, but we want to reduce it as little as possible. When you look at the prevalence again of malnutrition in the country, based on the evidence that was presented earlier, we had our current period, and that current period still injects a message in us. Karamoja is doing badly, both in food insecurity and malnutrition. Let's think about it. Now, we also know that, as you can see, What you see up looking there as triangles, those are refugee areas. Again, they present with malnutrition. But you see, we don't want the deep red, we don't want the slightly red, or even the yellow. We would have loved to see green. But you can see from there that there are patches that are yellow, and based on the phase, like I said earlier, we are in bad shape when it comes to the red and refugee settings. So that's the situation. And in projection, the next map is showing that in Karamoja, probably one of the districts will improve, and that's Zamudat. The rest seem not to change in our projection. And the projection period was from right now we're in the projection period. We hope that that improvement is being registered. September to Feb. That is the situation as it stands for malnutrition. Maybe another thing we should notice is that when you eat food today, you don't improve your malnutrition tomorrow. You have to wait. If there is no food, malnutrition does not come immediately. So you may find that our period where malnutrition is highest will not match exactly with when there's food insecurity, because of that lag phase between food insecurity and then onset of malnutrition. And that's why you see these two different presentations. And again, maybe to add on, we are looking at the comparison with last year. As you will see, the blue line was based on the malnutrition in this year, that we see elevated levels of malnutrition for the districts in Karamoja. And then when we come to our nationals, malnutrition seems to improve only in a few places. For example, in Karamoja, BIM has improved. Then we see Lamour, the blue is below the red. When it is above, it's bad. So you can look at the trend and see that when the blue is above for most of the districts, things are not good at all. There were some drivers. What has been driving acute malnutrition, and this is where maybe we need to be very, very careful. Because my first statement was, not every place which is food insecure is nutrition insecure, or which is food secure is nutrition secure. We've always been told, well, how come there's malnutrition where there is food? I can assure you that the drivers of acute malnutrition are, as you can see, they include poor feeding of children. Diseases cause malnutrition. Access to services to do with wash, or rather water and sanitation and hygiene. But above all, of course, we can't forget our food insecurity is the biggest driver. And then once somebody has malnutrition, what are we doing to make sure that they get back? And that's what we call the low integrated management of acute malnutrition, which is core to Ministry of Health, because we have to treat those who have malnutrition, whether it's moderate or severe. And of course, we've given those recommendations. These are general. They need the how do we do it? When we say scale up identification and treatment of acute malnutrition in the communities, if you're in the Karamoja, how are you going to scale up that identification? What structures shall we use? And so all those are just generic. And if you have your booklet, you'll see that they are there. You can refer to them and see, ask yourself, what am I going to do in my area? What am I going to do in my district? If I've been given this generic recommendation there, based on what we analyzed. Then there must be some risk factors you monitor, because they inform you how to act before malnutrition comes in. Diseases, the health services, delivery, such as immunization. Food consumption indicators, how are they behaving? Supply of nutrient commodities like vitamin A. What about anemia in women? We have a very big component of little blood in our women of reproductive age, and it has a big bearing on the type of children that are delivered. But also we have anemia in the children themselves. And then the coverage of water, sanitation, and hygiene. Yes, like I said earlier, I showed the national picture and just hinted a bit on what happens in refugees. And at this point, I'm going to ask my colleague Isaac Kabazi to come and give us an overview of what happens in the refugee settlements. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tim. Our dear guests, our dear minister, you're welcome. I would like to take us through the overview within the refugee response in terms of the IPC for acute malnutrition. As you can see, about 56,000 in total are in need of treatment services, which is quite huge, especially when you compare that picture to that of last year that we saw. We've seen a bit of an escalation. Zach would agree with me that when you look at the situation of severe acute malnutrition, it's also quite high. And this is, again, a situation that predisposes children to a higher risk of mortality. Again, not to leave out women, pregnant women, lactating women, who also face heightened needs around nutrition services. So when we look at this year particularly, we've seen that majority of locations have had an increase in malnutrition. So in terms of the phase classification, while there could be an improvement within the projection period that we're in, still this happens in only 3 refugee settlements. That is Anjumani, Palorinya, and Bidibidi. If we are to look back at last year, we saw that the picture in those settlements was a lot better than what we're seeing right now. The rest of the locations pretty much don't change within the phases. When we look at the southwest region, there could be reasons why, and during the analysis, we saw that the trends, especially the admission trends in the southwest region, tend to lower or tend to go down during the period, especially towards December, early January, which is within the projection period. So like Tim said and like Dr. Button said, let's not be too excited by that because even the projection period itself is very limited. We tend to see an escalation of the nutrition situation, the refugee response, after the projection period. So we are talking about anywhere from March, April, May, June, where we could actually see the situation rebound. So, but generally compared to what we saw last year and this year, we've lost a lot of gain, especially around child wasting, around stunting, around anemia. This is just to give you a sense of what the situation has been across the years. The refugee response is quite rich with data. And as you can look at the blue bar, you do realize that across majority of locations, the blue bar is actually quite high. In a location like Bidibidi, when you compare to last year, the malnutrition rates have actually tripled, which is quite high. But what's interesting, though, is that even in Kampala, where we think we have the urban refugees that in principle should be better in terms of livelihood, Kampala's child wasting rates are higher than any location in Southwest. They're comparable to the rates that we see in the Western region. Yes, we saw an improvement in some locations like Kiriandongo, but unfortunately for majority of the locations, that's not the case. So in terms of the contributing factors, really, and my colleagues presented this at length, we've seen a rapid or a significant drop in some of the optimal feeding practices. Someone mentioned about child food poverty. Across all the optimal feeding practices, especially on complementary feeding, this year had a significant drop across almost all locations. And due to limited funding, we've seen that the coverage of some of the preventive activities that in a way should be able to prevent malnutrition have scaled down. But again, in terms of looking at it from the immediate causes, largely the indicators around optimal feeding, that is dietary diversity, acceptable diet and all that, and common child illnesses. So in the refugee response, malaria, acute watery diarrhea, respiratory tract infections are the leading child illnesses. When you look at also the anemia rates currently, they're within the emergency critical levels as of 2025, and those really contribute So like Carol mentioned earlier today, we've seen almost 145,000 refugees enter Uganda this year. We expect that Uganda may actually reach about 2 million refugees. So the influx of refugees has an impact, because when you go to the refugee settlements and you go to the new arrival hotspots, these are hotspots where you find concentrated levels of malnutrition, but as well as other problems. Could be health, child health, and all those other things. Yes, gaps in water and sanitation services have been noted, especially in locations like Nakivale, where we've always seen chronic water problems. I would like to speak about the recommendations, just a few, especially for the refugee response, where the outlook for next year is really quite bad across the different donors, the UN agencies, is predictable funding. This is much more long-term, multi-year, perhaps, which at least helps to protect the much more life-saving interventions, but as well as meet the much more longer needs. We're talking about the issues of human resource that Zach was talking about. These are recurrent costs that sometimes the humanitarian funding can't be able to sustain. Yes, we think some of our donors, like FCDO, who are injecting money in aspects of nutrition supplies. We thank Minister of Health, who, again, through Minister of Finance, also allocating resources to this. So we think that's a very, very critical area that really needs to be strengthened. Someone mentioned about food systems. So the food systems of refugees are really in a way that they're largely dependent on food assistance, which is, again, humanitarian assistance, and food production. We need to make it much more robust, much more resilient, much more adaptive to the current situation around climate, and less dependent on humanitarian assistance. Because, as WFP said, that funding is going down. Over 1 million refugees have been removed of food assistance this year. And even the ones on food assistance are getting as little as 22%. Really, that means quite little in terms of the actual food security outcomes. One of the areas that at least is under priority is aspects of resilience, livelihoods. So we think the component of social protection, at least targeting at the much more vulnerable populations. We're talking about households with children under 5, those with much more heightened needs. We're talking about PSNs and that sort of thing. We really need to strengthen that area. And lastly, around peaceful coexistence. We know that the enabling environment under which our refugees can operate in terms of jobs, in terms of labor with the host community, really depends on peaceful coexistence. This year we had, a few pockets of run-ins between the the refugees themselves in some of the locations. But I think this component is extremely crucial for promoting dialogue, livelihoods, and inclusive refugee host community dynamics. So those are the key recommendations. I think that should be the end. Thank you so much. Okay, we're taking a break, I think. Yes, MC.
All right, the team that did give us that cascaded presentation, I think you deserve a bigger round of applause. Honorable Minister, in all, as a layman, all I can say is that I heard them speak very passionately about food and the distribution of whether it's nutritious or not across the country. That now is the subject of conversation, which is contained in the report that we launched today. And gladly, your technical people are around you, and they have done a very incredible job earlier on in setting the stage and discussing what it is that we should expect from the report. And so without further ado, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, we are going into the part of dissecting this report into the smaller bits and pieces that we can bite, chew, swallow, and be able to digest. As someone has once told us that to eat an elephant, you are unable to stuff it all in your mouth. But if you eat it piece by piece, within no time you will have eaten it. So you will allow me invite an eminent panel of folks that are going to help us eat this elephant in the room bit by bit so that then we are in position to appreciate the situation at hand down to first principles. So, representing the government of Uganda, technically we have Mr. Alex Babona. Please, I would love that you take your position at the panel's dais. Then, of course, our dear, now try in the best way I possibly can to create this panel. And from what I have here, we thought the first question would go to a government agency, but I think let me be fair to government and say, since you are government and you chair this interdisciplinary committee, you would come in last to give an overriding viewpoint. So I will start with our good friends from the UN agencies. And as is the case, I will be very sensitive to gender and go with Wendy. Wendy, what lessons from the 2024-2025 programming can help scale multi-sectoral and community-based resilient interventions? Quickly, we'll just do this in a minute or two.
Thank you very much again to the Minister. I'm proud to be representing the vision of my country director, Lauren Landis, and the head of program, Genevieve Chiquan. And one point that they keep emphasizing as we are facing challenges, especially with the funding constraints, is the ability and the power that we have, all of us together, to strengthen local institutions, government, and NGOs, as they are the ones who are here to stay. The second point is about more opportunities or diversification of opportunities. As WFP, since we are in an evidence-based discussion, we have seen the results of the self-reliance model recently, and it's showing us that providing different opportunities to different members of the households is helping us to bring that hint of sustainability towards self-reliance. It is important then to have integrated programs that, yes, think about food production, but also those steps to process the food and to bring more opportunities in the value chain for the local communities. In addition, it is demanding from our organizations to have a more holistic and comprehensive approach. We cannot pretend that one organization can serve everything to everyone all the time. So we need to understand how the needs are speaking to us and provide not only food, but also nutritional programs, health, WASH, social behavior change that is the key for sustainability, and of course, financial inclusion and literacy. I'm going to end up just saying that this, again, a call for all of us to have more integrated programs. WFP is implementing right now the self-reliance model that has several components that will inform the self-reliance index that Uganda has adopted, proudly adopted, and is one of the best efforts that we have identified of the government to optimize the resources, and finally to acknowledge that interventions had to cover several needs and not only one. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, and I think you make a very important point to the extent that perhaps maybe a couple of years ago, one would never have expected that certain development partners would not see the light of day, and the examples abound, without mentioning names that you know by a stroke of pen by one stakeholder, an entire domino effect happened. I'm surprised the Ministry of Health in Uganda is still alive and well, considering that they relied heavily on that particular development partner. So I think the word self-reliance now quite makes sense. And we've recently seen a document, I think by the United Nations Secretary General, with words like sunsetting some agencies. I did not know that the sun would set on some of them, but these are realities we are beginning to see in our lifetime. And so self-reliance, and that the government of Uganda has taken that fundamentally to say, you get sunset, for us our sun shall continue shining, and we will not follow you into the sunset. That's very important. I'll now turn to you, Zach, and maybe now bring your conversation closer to home, the IPC we are talking about here. How, in your view, would the UN agencies better support government of Uganda to translate this IPC evidence into policy and systems change at national and subnational levels? So here we're not talking about really so much financing, but advocacy and something in between.
Thank you. I think you've made my life easy by saying we're not going to talk financing, because I think that is what UN doesn't want the government to see us. We're not a financing institution. We are an institution that you can consider as a technical arm of the government institutions to be able to support you towards accelerating some of this effort. Now, when you come to the IPC, this is not the first time we're doing it. We've been doing it for years. And I guess one of the biggest challenge is the gap between generating the evidence and then making the evidence available to those that need it. We're so excited, Honorable Minister, to have you here. I think that is one of the most important ways by which we can, UN and the government, convene and have a kind of a dialogue to be able to make informed decisions and take some practical solutions towards the way forward. So I think that is one of the ways we're doing. And UN, we are so excited that we're part of you on this. Despite the technical support, we've invested so much in the IPC, the FSNA, we still also believe that UN can bring in other country experiences. We're fortunate to be a multilateral organization, and so we have some experiences that can be shared with the government and partners as well. And Wendy mentioned some innovations, and also given an example where currently working with Ministry of Health, UNICEF is innovating an egg powder to be part of the refugee response, as well as any other part of emergencies where we need to treat wasting. If we have Ministry of Health, for example, based on some of these innovations, to be able to have this critical nutrition product being part of the health kits across health facilities, across countries, this is one of the ways I think we can make sure that the data that is coming out here is prioritized to be able to address malnutrition. I do also believe that I think most of the times we're talking to ourselves, and I know you started by saying that in most meetings you see mostly the technical colleagues discussing the same faces, and we like to move that to much more the political level. How do we ensure that the data translates into something that can be uptake by politicians? The most often that you hear of FSNA, you hear of RUTF that I've mentioned earlier on. What does that mean to the minister? What does that mean to the permanent secretary? And how will they translate it into a policy direction? And I believe that this is some of the things behind the scene UN is bringing on board to ensure that at least together we will be able to address some of these challenges. I think we are lastly in the world of digitization, innovation, AI, etc. And UN has come out with so many different platforms and products from FAO, UNHCR, UNICEF, WFP, etc. How can we make sure that together as a government, when the minister is sitting in the office or the peers, at least there can be visualization of some of this data that is facing the minister on the face, to see that, okay, yes, this is what is happening in Karamoja, this is happening in Adjumani, this is happening in Naki Valley. Some of these innovations that UN is bringing on board, I believe that the government, working together, we can do better in translating this data into much more practical solutions to address malnutrition in the country.
Wow, tremendous. I think you make a very important point, and you go ahead to demystify what, for the most part, when we are told that there's an official from the UN or UNICEF, the first thing we look out for is dollar signs in your eyes. Ching, ching, to see whether there's a sparkle of the dollar sign, the euro. But now you're telling us you're looking at beyond financing to technical support and some of these other country experiences. You've talked about innovation. In this particular case, I am waiting to a time when your innovation is to such a level that we are able to download food from the cloud into our stomachs without necessarily cooking it and eating it or even growing it like we do with many things. I'm told you can 3D print a suit, bow tie, you can 3D print a chair. I'm waiting for a time when you are able to 3D print a burger, a fruit like the fresh apples you had on your table. So when innovation takes to that level, then we'll say we are there with you. And that's to challenge you to say, beyond the traditional ways of having food, are we able to improve the quality of food and bring it closest within an arm's reach? The same way some big companies, and with this one I can mention a name, I'm told the strategy of Coca-Cola is to bring a Coca-Cola within an arm's reach of everyone. That's why whichever part of the world you go to, you are able to. You may find it difficult to get a carrot, but you can get a Coca-Cola. Now we know the nutritious value of both items, so the debate is still out there. Rachel Mayer, still talking about conversations spearheaded by development partners. From the FCDO, if I may ask, and looking at particularly this report that we launched today, in what areas should development partners like yourself focus investments to achieve maximum impact based on this particular 2025 FSN and IPC findings? And the word investment is also not restricted to financial investment, but could be investments in other ways.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Rachel Mayer. I'm here representing the UK. I think another acronym, FCDO, isn't very well understood. To be clear, I'm representing the UK. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your presence and for this event. This is a slightly awkward microphone. I'm just going to bring it here. So I think just to reiterate what's been said previously about the importance of data and evidence, this is crucial to help us collectively prioritize limited resources. I think the sort of timeliness of data being shared and being clear about what our collective understanding is about the causes of the issues is crucial in helping us to prioritize resources. I think in terms of where do we focus our efforts, the challenge is, as we've heard from the IPC committee, is we should be prioritizing multi-sectoral intervention for people in IPC phase 3 and above. The challenge is, do we have the resources to do that? And currently we don't. So that calls for making really difficult trade-offs and prioritized decisions. And I think that's where we need to kind of agree on the vulnerability of certain people in certain locations, the vulnerability of children under 5 and particularly children under 2 to malnutrition, to pregnant and breastfeeding women, and make sure that our multi-sectoral interventions are prioritized for those vulnerable groups. We also need to think about what is cost effective, what works. We know that we have to treat children with severe acute malnutrition who are under 5 as a priority because they are at the highest risk of dying. We also know that having repeated cycles of severe acute malnutrition is extremely dangerous for children's development and their mental development as well. It's not just a humanitarian issue, it's a development issue. So our priority has to be there, but that doesn't mean that we don't need to also prioritize prevention, cost-effective prevention efforts as well, to make sure that fewer children get to those severe acute malnutrition levels. That means all our efforts in early detection, working through the health system, integrated acute malnutrition into the medical system is of extreme importance.
Well, thank you, Rachel. I think you make a very important submission there, especially when you look and reiterate the whole idea of multi-sectoral interventions, where you are not each running on your own agendas and running around, with different uncoordinated troop movements. Each one of them may be trying to hold on to one thing that has possibly already been done by another. So that's a very important submission you make, where you sit together and then create some kind of body that works at all the things cohesively and in a structured manner. Very, very important. Now I'll turn to the NGO world and look at you, Pamela. Of course, we know you to be the ones that follow the money, from the figure to the actual coin. Of course, now I don't know what you're going to be following, considering that the ones who had the money now don't have it anymore. They are looking at other interventions other than financial. But you still would certainly be buzzing with the word accountability and advocacy. So I'll ask you around that and say, what role are you in the changing circumstances as civil society planning to play within the ambit of accountability and advocacy for improved nutritional financing and service delivery?
Thank you so much, Simon. All protocol observed, Honorable Minister. As an alliance of over 100 CSOs, NGOs that are kind of promoting improved food security and nutrition, Food Rights Alliance has a desire to see that there's a world free of hunger. And what we are doing today is very important for us as CSOs and NGOs. We are having evidence of what is happening. And the information that has come out that indicates mainly that about 2.5 million people are experiencing that acute food insecurity, and they require urgent action, especially in Karamoja. Now, for us as CSOs, what we look at is what are those key drivers? Of course, the poor climate, maybe poor rainfall, then maybe economic challenges, poverty that is there, conflicts, and displacement that may be there. But then of the information that we receive really help us a lot as CSOs to put down information, to advocate to the key people. And this is where now we hold government and donors accountable for nutrition financing, and then maybe advocating also for equitable access for effective service delivery. With the information that we get, we are able to put together a paper, and then we are able to advocate as well. As CSOs, it's important for us also to speak on behalf of the voiceless. We are as watchdogs, and we monitor the budgets and how those spendings happen. And of course, we'd like to make sure that those budgets they're geared towards the key areas of need. If there are interventions that can be able to leverage the current situation, we as CSOs do come in and would like to work hand in hand with UN agencies and any other important, the government itself, to be able to work hand in hand and support the communities. We also look at community empowerment and voice. We need to get information from the communities themselves, what is happening. So we train the local leaders to make sure that they are able to come out and voice out. That is part of advocacy. They can add voice or out on what is happening. They can come out through citizen dialogues and maybe some hearings, that grassroots coalitions that can come up and amplify their voices so that they can be able to be understood. In Karamoja now, with what is happening, if there are deaths that are happening, are the communities able to come out and voice what is happening so that they can catch attention of the government, catch attention of the UN agencies, and see how we can be able to support them. Evidence generation and knowledge sharing, this is part of it. What has come out of the IPC is very key information, and that would help us to be able to make our papers very strong. Thank you.
Yeah, but Pamela, as an adjoiner, sometimes you are not above certain constraints. The government sometimes will accuse you of being financed by Wendy and company to hold them to a certain unfair level of scrutiny. And yet on the other hand, the government still has the power to curtail your ability to do what you are eloquently saying you do very well. And then sometimes you also find yourself in a situation where your work is curtailed by a shrinking purse of Wendy and Zach. So don't you find yourself in a catch-22 situation where the purse from those that support you is constrained, the accusations from a government you're trying to hold accountable is high, and then there is, of course, increasing skepticism with regard to your impartiality within the local communities in which you operate?
Thank you, Simon. All those challenges happen, but as people who have passion for community development and looking at what happens in our communities, we have to make sure that we try our level best to reach out to the responsible people to act. And it's objective. And we need to make sure that we get enough information, which is the most important thing, evidence-based. One of the speakers was talking about evidence. It's not about politics and all that, but evidence. If we can have that enough evidence to be able to cause certain parts, certain people to act, that would be very good because it supports our communities to be better as community development partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. You think you've navigated it exceptionally well, and we're beginning to develop our confidence levels in CSOs. Now I'll turn to the academy. Of course, there's a temptation to go off script and ask you as to your role in this whole thing. You seem to be the type that comes to research and find out what is going wrong, as opposed to coming from the point of educating us on what we can correct that you see is going on wrongly. But that will park. It will be a conversation for another time. Let me restrict myself to the conversation of today, which is, how can you strengthen collaboration with government and development partners to ensure that evidence, such as what we've seen in the report, directly informs decision-making? For example, were you, for example, highly involved, or do you get highly involved in informing, say, manifestos of political leaders who want to lead us in terms of putting such important milestones that attend to people's livelihood?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and Honorable Minister. I observe all the protocol. Thanks for the question. Starting from where you're asking, were we highly involved? Of course, in all that has happened here, the role of academia has been key. It has been key. You saw Chambogo University, but even if it's not Chambogo University alone, even in all the institutions, be it development partners and the like, the members who are there, who are doing the work, they passed through academic institutions. So our role is it's both direct and indirect. But then coming back to how can we work with the government, stakeholders, and all other partners. One thing is that globally and nationally, the role of academia is really emphasized. And in Uganda's multi-sectoral setting, the Scaling Up Nutrition Academia and Research Institutions Network was institutionalized with one key main purpose. Can this network harness the capabilities of different academic institutions, different researchers to contribute to the scaling up of nutrition? And as a network, we've developed a strategy, and I'm happy that as the discussions are ongoing today, the discussions are fitting into what we've positioned ourselves as academia. One is on research, training, innovations, and of course, evidence generation and informing policy. And all that we are talking about here is around that. But then for us to do research, of course, finances are key. Finance is key, and financing, I mean money, it's key. But putting money aside, there is a tendency for organizations or development partners, in the case of Uganda, people run and they do research without engaging academia from the initial phases. And at a point P, they realize, oh, we've hit a bottleneck. Maybe someone from academia could have supported us to plan this better. So before we even think about the finances and whatever, I think what we would need is, can we co-create? As organizations are planning, can we co-create? Can we engage academia early? At national level, there are many researchers. I don't know the number of organizations. My colleague in civil society, I don't know how many civil society agencies we have, but many of them do research. But then as a nation, do we have a national research agenda for nutrition in this case? Maybe if it were there, it could help solve a number of issues, and academia still can be key. Working with government, different partners to come up with different research priorities. And when you have those research priorities, it's more easier to engage, because I'll know that, when it comes to MOH, this is the line of interest. When it comes to the UN agencies, this is the line of interest. And I'm bringing that more so in the face of the dwindling finances. Because when you're saying we don't have, the finances are reducing, we shall not say that the problems we have in the country have also gone down. We still have a number of problems. And research training, we still need it. But then can we co-create? Can we concentrate on certain priorities? And as academia, not only Chamberlain University where I'm coming from, but all the academic institutions, we have members from different agencies. I think they are very available. But even after co-creating and doing the research, a number of times, even the findings that have been presented here, you never know, there could be some members, maybe online or in the room, they have not understood some of the things. They are not able to translate those for maybe programming, policy, and the like. But then we have institutions with the capacity to maybe to support, maybe to undertake capacity development for different agencies on how to translate, use research findings. But the academia is rarely tapped sometimes. Talk about maybe making the research findings easy to understand. Still, academia is there. Talk about, my colleague has been talking about advocacy to inform policy. When it comes to the writing, again, academia are there. So all I can say is that academia are indispensable. Let us work more closely with them. Let us engage them from the early planning. Let's work with the stakeholders. Let's have such opportunities to share. You never know, maybe one concept which could be hard for some of the members, one person could make it easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. You have made really a very sounding case for the academia. Those of us in different fields were almost tempted to make a similar case to say, okay, the academia, you can make your ones and zeros as complicated as you normally are. But what about the translation from your research findings that are normally gathering dust somewhere on shelves to actionable things, to ordinary people that need to feed their children appropriately well? Where is that bridge between people who get your ones and zeros and decipher them into actionable actions? So if you're looking for experts in that, he's talking to you, you're looking at him. And so you can also make that advocacy for some of us. Peterson did mention the word financing 16 times, and it couldn't have been at a better time than when someone from government is seated right here, at a time when government many times, of course, picks its financing from the following areas, if I still remember. From taxing us, we the citizens whose children are wasting away, can't feed our children, but the government certainly will have to tax us. That's the only way you can get money. If we are lucky, then development partners come in and give you grants. But as you can see, their purse is shrinking every other passing day. Matter of fact, development partners are about to turn to you as government to finance their sunsetting efforts. Now, question to you, Alex, is, in the face of these, what measures is government putting in place to institutionalize and finance food and nutrition security interventions sustainably? And as very specific on food and nutrition security interventions, because your minister is one of maybe 50 ministers, all of whom have different dockets, and all those dockets are competing for a limited pass. There is his counterpart in defense who wants money there. His counterpart in Ministry of Health also wants money there. He has a very big counterpart in Ministry of Education, also wants in there. They have another big counterpart in housing, in lands. All of them are looking at the constrained pass that is shrinking every day. But you as Alex, stakeholders in this room are looking at you and saying, but wait a minute, how are we going to ensure that we have sustainable financing of these interventions?
Thank you, MC.
Please, Alex, again, for the purposes of your own peace and security and good nutrition, call me Simon.
Thank you, thank you, Simon. And I'm lucky that I've talked towards the end when everybody has talked, because many of the answers have come from these people. I observe protocol, the guest of honor, and all of you present. Now, what measures are we taking to ensure sustainable funding of food and social security? One thing what is clear, the issue of food and social security is cross-cutting in nature. So it cuts across Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Health, even energy, because the drivers are abroad, including access to markets. Because sometimes the issue ranges from food availability, food access, and utilization. So it is funded along the various programs. But of course, we have the key programs. Key among them is the agro-industrialization program, led by the Minister of Agriculture, Industry and Fisheries, and also the Human Development Program. So what the government has endeavored to do, realizing such a interconnected nature of those interventions, it makes sure you effectively utilize the resources, is to undertake what they call the program-based planning approach. That you effectively utilize all resources for action. In other words, even within the organization program, we will leverage resources from Ministry of Water, for example, for irrigation. All of us come together and work together as a team. Ministry of Agriculture has its mandate along the value chain. Then you have the Ministry of Trade to tackle the various drivers. Was given the funding which is but of course, by the way, the funding which is becoming less from the dominant partners should not be a big problem as such, because you cannot, food and security is the core function of government, and you cannot depend on outsiders to feed your family. So government, I think, is not so much. In fact, the results which are coming out is more of the refugees, not the Ugandans who are food insecure. But that's another case. So the issue is the government is pulling together all these resources together through various corners. And of course, the key issue which may come around here is the efficient use of resources. But the framework is in place. We're using the whole of government approach to ensure sustainable interventions in the country. And I think we're on the right track. If you look at the recent statistics, government is not doing badly in terms of development of this country. And how the trajectory is showing that the approach which government is undertaking is quite wonderful, was among the most performing in this region. I think those are the few I can give. But the issue is program-based approach. Just as we have done here, in order to achieve this agenda here, we have come together as partners. So we must harness our resources in a collective way. But also sometimes we get some challenges. when the government is talking a program-based approach, it means even development partners must follow the same trend, and their funds must go into a basket to see how we improve the situation. Because there was a time when we went for tracking, when we wanted to track funds for nutrition in this country, and we had problems tracking funds from development partners. We could not track them. They had a problem. Because we are supposed all of us to collectively see where there is a gap there and see how we can fill it up. Those are the challenges which you never asked me to point out. So we need to track each other and all of us collectively solve the problem. The development partners should just be doing their thing there and the government doing its thing, because all of us, we are targeting the same problem and we should work harmoniously. And of course, government should be the leader. Submit.
Thank you, Alex. I think that's very reassuring. Okay, let's decide whether or not we are clapping, because we seem undecided. Thank you for that affirmative decision. So I think, Alex, you have allayed our fears with regard to government's ability to sustainably finance something of this great nature. That phrase you dropped of saying government does not expect someone from Nether to feed its children. And then, of course, you go ahead to say that the results show that the biggest challenge of malnutrition and the like is within, of course, refugee communities, although the jury is still out there on which refugees are hosted in the Karamoja region. But of course, those challenges, I'm sure, like you've said, they are small issues that we shall solve. Say that again, Alex. You know, it's your chance.
Karamoja has started improving. I'm excited by that. Because of government intervention is partly. So the problem, anyway, I will talk later.
You know how civil servants communicate. That statement, he had to make it with both of his eyes looking in the direction of the minister. You know, both of them are going through a very serious appraisal process, one political, another. So they want to meet at least after February, and they're still in the same place, both of them. But that said, I want us to join our hands together and thank the panel for their succinct presentation. Okay. In all honesty, lunchtime in Uganda, for the 50 years I've been here, is 1 o'clock. It's not about availability of food. For us, it is time, lunch time, whether or not you have the food to eat. You are not the type that are worried of whether or not there would be a meal to eat. What you are worried of is whether we are not going to extend this beyond lunchtime. So I need to allay your fears on 2 grounds. That number 1, lunch shall be served, colleagues, downstairs, and there is only one mode of payment from each one of you. You will use the same entrance, but this time as an exit the way you came. But there is one particular spot that you missed to partake of its services, which is to stand by the photo booth, look cute, and smile. The organizers, of course, expected a better smile if you had done it in the morning when you are fresh and well-fed from your respective homes. But we are doing a social experiment to see how good our Ugandan smiles are just before lunch that is already assured. So please, make sure you pass by that photo booth, take a picture, get a lunch coupon, and you'll be guided accordingly. That said, may I request the panel to resume your previous seats? Except Rachel Mayer, who I am going to request to come this side of where I am, because we are going to a very important activity. This activity is stakeholder commitments. I am told the stakeholders in this room are making a commitment to ensure that what's launched today in terms of the evidences presented in our report are going to be actioned, and that we'll be talking about issues of malnutrition as something in the past. So we are expecting some kind of dramatic arrangement of a plaque or a board that's going to be signed by the different stakeholders as a way of showing your commitment visually. But Rachel here, she decided to represent her organization in making their commitment a little more symbolic than just signing a commitment plaque. Am I right, Rachel? And so her commitment is contained in a very brief statement whose contents I wouldn't want to preempt. So I will humbly invite you, Rachel, to step forward to this side of the dais, make your brief commitment as the arrangement for the signing of the plaque takes place. And after the signing, that's where now we'll humbly invite the guest of honor to make his remarks and then guide us on how we conclude the day. Rachel.
Hello, everybody. Honourable Minister. So from the UK side, I'd like to share that we have made £4 million, British pound, contribution to the nutrition response in the refugee hosting districts. So that is, as we've seen, one of the areas of the country where there are some of the highest needs in terms of malnutrition. So we have prioritized that within our funding envelope this year. And through that contribution, we'll be working with UNICEF and the Ministry of Health to ensure an integrated approach to acute malnutrition in those districts, very much working through the government systems. I'd like to thank the government of Uganda for their contribution to the ready-to-use therapeutic food pipeline. So our contribution is going to be covering about 80% of the gap between now and March. The government of Uganda is also making an important contribution to the pipeline, as well as our ECHO and others. We will hope that this will save lives of children, that it will promote child development, and alleviate some of the situation that we're seeing. As I said, this is only until March for now. So this is also a kind of call to action for others as we go forward. I don't think next year, without a sustained commitment, the situation is likely to be, the causes we won't have managed to reduce completely within a year. So it's important that we also sort of think ahead about how we can also collectively prioritize nutrition. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
The commitment, as you've heard from Rachel, who I think has enlisted another development partner to want to come and make a verbal commitment. So may I have Motem from ECHO, my good friend, to come and make your 30 seconds of a commitment, just like Rachel did, ahead of the signing of this commitment. Now, this commitment is going to be signed by several stakeholders, many of you in the room, and I will be inviting you after Mr. Motem's remarks.
Thank you, Simon. I can see you understand how to surprise people. So my name is Morten Petersen. I work for the European Union, the Humanitarian Aid Department, and as Rachel says, we have also given a small contribution to the pipeline of €500,000 till Christmas. Clearly, we have a daunting task ahead of us, and we will not be able to fulfill all the good recommendations that came out today in terms of integrated programming. For ECHO, as the humanitarian department of the European Union, our main focus will be on life-saving and will be on the severe malnutrition cases, which have the highest risk of dying. So that will be a clear priority. I do know that my colleagues in the development branch of the European Union are looking much more into the livelihood side of things, and that's how we have decided to divide the work between us. I think one thing that came to my mind while I was listening to all the good and interesting presentations today is that I think for us donors, you know, I mean, we don't have a bag full of money, right? We kind of have to fight for it with our capitals, and there are many competing priorities around the world. So the more comparable these analyses can be done year by year, so we can show that it's going the wrong way or it's going the right way. You know, the better equipped we are, the better you equip us to have that conversation with our capitals, to have that discussion. I would also have liked to have seen a comparison. I think I can tease it out of the documents, but comparison in terms of, for example, malnutrition in the refugee settlements among refugees and among the Ugandan population in the same districts. I saw some figures, Madiokelo, I think Obongi, Yumbe, where also the nutrition situation for the Ugandan nationals are worsening. Maybe not quite as much as for refugees, but I think important to have these comparisons. So if I could give an advice, it would be make sure that things are comparable, they are on time, same time every year, and that we always can compare different population groups. So thank you very much. Thank you, Simon. Thank you for the surprise.
Thank you for accepting my surprise. Of course, aware the daunting task you have to convince, is it now 27 member countries on presenting money to a joint pass with the competing priorities you have across the world. And let's not forget the 28 or 27 member countries, each has a national language. So their biggest department at the European Union is the one of translation, because when you generate one in German, then it has to be translated into every European Union official language, and then edited from their respective 27 capitals, and then brought down to Brussels, and then debated at Strasbourg in their parliament, and then their European bank is somewhere else again. Oh, please. So we appreciate when you say €500,000, we know where it has come from. It possibly started off as €3 million, but it kept falling down. Anyways, that said, Honorable Minister, before your remarks, we are going to request that development partners come and make a commitment by way of signing here. It means that they are going to sign their commitment whether or not they agree with your remarks. So feel free, relax, and tell them what you want to tell them very succinctly. There won't be any repercussions that, oh, you now tell my development partners and they will hold back their signature. No. We've put the program in such a way that they sign first, then you tell them. So there now we are comfortable that business will go on. So, where are my 6 panelists that were here earlier on? Yes, I remember Alex, I remember Wendy, Pamela, Rachel, Zach, but also we have others that I may not have invited, but you know yourselves. So earlier on, I had the pleasure of having who? Where is my paper here? You know, it's difficult for you to hide. I can pick you up from any part, so please come. Motem, we're not letting you go. So I'm going to give you one of my nice designated pens. Please sign on any blank spot on that space. Please don't get the temptation of signing over the coat of arms. That's treason, and I want to be here to superintend over your arrest. And then I will reserve the red marker for the Honorable Minister, which he will do by way of final signature, and then he will come and address us. So I give each one of you less than a minute to append your signature. And there's something about signatures. You can tell from someone's signature how deep their pockets are. I will not preempt you, but you watch and see. That's Alex's signature representing partly the government of Uganda. You sign, you hand over to a colleague, there you go, sign. academia, WFP, yeah. Or you may want to stay so that at the end of the day, you first take a group picture with your signatures, and we know for sure who was here. Motem, do you have a pen? So Peterson, after you give the pen to Motem, Rachel, there goes Carol's sparky signature. Now that everyone here has signed, let's make a good formation. With a lot of humility, and it's my greatest pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Honorable Bright Ramirama, to, in the first place, append his signature there, pose for a group of pictures with these distinguished partners of ours, and then make your remarks, sir. Have you seen the signature of money? That's what exactly I was talking about. Just 1 or 2 strokes and it's done. But the rest of us, you sign, then draw diagrams, do what? Honorable Minister, please, it would be nice for us to make a formation guided by the camera people for a group picture, and then you come and address us. Wendy, please be mindful of the size and height of our minister. Thank you. And with that, may I have the honor and pleasure to request the panel to step down and invite the minister to take the dais. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, ministers, and members of parliament who are here, senior government officials, IPC technical working group members, representatives of UN agencies, all non-state actors represented here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, I take this opportunity and great honor to welcome you to this important meeting. It is indeed a privilege to officiate at this significant event that brings together various stakeholders represented here today. Distinguished guests, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries is mandated to guide the country on matters of household food security and nutrition, covering short, medium, and long-term responses, as well as formulation and implementation of related policies. Among the panelists, one asked whether there was a research agenda. Yes, there is a research agenda in the ministry, and the implementing agencies is narrow, National Agriculture Research Organization. And they have done a tremendous job in putting up innovations to respond to challenges and inform policy. The National Food Security and Nutrition Assessment is a key tool that enables us as a country to design and implement evidence-based interventions for food security and nutrition improvement in the country. Previously, we have been carrying out hotspot food security assessments and IPC for Karamoja and refugee hosting districts only. This could not give a clear picture of the country's food security and nutrition status. This is the first time Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries working closely with UBOS, Minister of Health, OPM, and other development partners has conducted a nationwide assessment and a refugee settlement. This is a great milestone to acknowledge. Therefore, we have gathered here today to officially launch, disseminate, and a comprehensive national pilot food security and nutrition, IPC and FSNA reports. The findings and recommendations in this report is going to guide the government and development partners to formulate appropriate responses. I am pleased that the current report has given us a national outlook of the food security and nutrition situation as opposed to the previous ones that we are concentrating on Karamoja, refugee hosting districts, and settlements. The report have confirmed the usual pockets of food insecurity in Karamoja and refugee settlements, but it's also important to note that some districts in Karamoja, especially those in green belt, are slowly but surely improving and getting more food secure. This is due to the concerted intervention that the government and the development partners have been undertaking over time. In future, we expect even much better results than these ones. However, we should be aware that these results are applied to the point about 3 months ago during data collection. As of now, the situation might have changed. Most of these food security challenges are due to climate variability, but also a combination of other global funds squeeze for refugees. I am happy to note that the rest of the country is generally food secure. As the donor tried to shrink the money on refugees, as a government, we have come up with a program to make sure that we deal with both refugee hosting communities and also the refugees, to make sure that people in settlement are happily living together and food secure. I want to congratulate all of you for achieving this great milestone. My ministry will continue providing oversight and technical leadership needed to support the food security and nutrition assessment process within the overall mandate of ensuring food and nutrition security in the country. We shall ensure that these food security and nutrition status reports are integrated into our planning and decision-making process. Last but not least, I want to thank our development partners, World Food Programme, UNICEF, Cascade, FAO, Uganda Red Cross Society, and other civil society organizations for their great contribution towards these achievements. Special appreciation go to IPC Technical Working Group, led by the Ministry and district local governments, where data collection took place. I call upon all of you in your respective capacities and mandates to use these results to act and meet the immediate food security and nutrition needs to support livelihood, recovery, resilience program, but more important, integrated and long-term program and responses. In the future, We integrate most of these food security and nutrition assessment output into an overall food and agriculture information system we are soon developing. This will enable us to not only to cut costs, but also provide us real-time information to guide timely interventions in the short, medium, and long term. In a special way, I want to thank the development partners led by UK for their commitment. And I request all of you, together we clap for them and in appreciation. As government, we appreciate the support. Together, we are getting where we want to go. And I'm pleased to say that food and nutrition security is getting better in our country, and we are doing everything that takes to make sure that everybody is food secure and have enough nutrition for their livelihood. Thank you very much for listening to me. It is my singular honor to do both. I was supposed to open, and now I have launched and closed. Thank you for your attention. That is very stylish.
As you can expect, something organized by development partners. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think he deserves a standing ovation. And since he has closed, we remain upstanding for the anthems in reverse, and then our exit. Thank you. Anthems, please start with the East African and then Uganda. Thank you very much. And now we exit in the order of prominence. And so the minister exits first, and those of you who came earliest, you will exit last. Thank you. Hold on, we have an announcement to make. DJ, please.
So this announcement goes to the following categories of people to register. And when you register, it has a bearing on your ability to come and go. If you know you were a refugee camp commandant, LC5 chairperson, and your driver, RDC and your driver, cow and the driver, regional nutritionists, DHOs, district nutrition focal persons, district production officers, district agriculture officers, and IPC analysts from the district local government. Pass by at the entrance, you'll find a man seated with a t-shirt written on Cascade, but the registration is on Ministry of Health attendance forms. I've divided them according to these categories. Make sure you provide your bank details, because that's the easiest way. The Ministry of Health will tap on a button and then something will fly. Somebody said the message will reach your account. But I'm going to take more details than that, your name, your bank details, but then also even your phone, in case there is a mistake or something like that. Please provide that information. If you do not, again, this is for emphasis. You might not be able to be facilitated. Thank you very much. Find that person down there.